Welcome back, Muggles, and let me invite you in for another review and comparison of the Harry Potter series. Last time, Harry entered the Chamber of Secrets, stopped the hypocritical memory of a fascist from getting the school closed down, and who knew that a student could cause life or death problems at a school? Okay, don't answer that. I know America has school shootings almost every other week, but in the UK and especially Australia, that doesn't happen. But before we get off topic, let's talk about the third Harry Potter book and movie. I'm going to be frank with you right off the bat. I do not like the Prisoner of Azkaban movie. I have nostalgia for the first and second movies as they were the films I watched growing up, but with Prisoner of Azkaban, that film literally halted any further enjoyment I could get out of the series. The furthest I could go is halfway before I turned it off, or walked out of the room if me and my brothers were watching it mutually. The reason why is simple. I found it boring. I'm also in some hot water because it seems like everyone else, whether they read the books or not, consider the third movie to be the best one. Now I'm the oddball who has to say I actually found it utterly inferior to the first two. Chris Columbus did not return as director for the third movie, although he was still involved in its production, as you'll see his name in the credits. Instead, this film was directed by Alfonso Cuarón, probably butchered that, a Mexican filmmaker whose only other movie that I've seen is 2013's Gravity, which I think I watched the second half of and not actually the whole thing. According to Wikipedia, Chris Columbus didn't direct this movie because he wanted to spend more time with his children, something that confuses me because I heard his kids were in the first two movies as extras. And in fact, they were literally the only Americans to appear on screen in those movies. I can't imagine they were that separated, but you know what? Doesn't matter. That was Chris Columbus's choice and cited reason, and I can't fault him for that. Although I'm kind of wishing for the Harry Potter series that he did direct all 8 movies. I know that's unrealistic, and I can imagine Chris Columbus being really burnt out by the end of that in some hypothetical alternate timeline. I know, as a random example, Sam Raimi was burnt out after Spider-Man 3, and that's why we didn't get a Spider-Man 4 right afterwards, and they changed directors for a reboot in The Amazing Spider-Man. So I'm guessing 8 movies on the same thing would be extremely time-consuming. Still, that would be an impressive run on one's resume. The fact that you directed 8 movies based on 7 books in a row, and didn't opt out once or take a break from the whole thing. I have heard that Chris Columbus was up for directing a new Harry Potter movie based on the Cursed Child stage play, and Daniel Radcliffe was also on board for the idea, but the one deal breaker who wasn't was Emma Watson, who is completely caught up on the whole J.K. Rowling transphobia shit that I, for the sake of my existence, do not want to talk about. Anyways, when it comes to The Prisoner of Azkaban, it was also given an 18-month production cycle, resulting in the film releasing not in 2003, parallel to the book, but in 2004 instead. So all the child actors are visibly aged a bit, all of which having deeper or more mature voices. I also wanted to say that I think that they really struggled with this film as an adaptation in regards to including stuff from the book. Measuring the audiobooks, The Philosopher's Stone is 8 hours and 25 minutes, The Chamber of Secrets is 9 hours and 43 minutes, and The Prisoner of Azkaban is 12 hours and 3 minutes. That's 2 hours and 20 minutes longer than The Chamber of Secrets, by the way. I alluded at the end of the last video that it felt like they omitted a tad amount of stuff from The Chamber of Secrets compared to The Philosopher's Stone, and here, it's even more so. It's 2 hours of content either abridged or removed. And to be honest, I really felt like The Prisoner of Azkaban always needed an extra 10 or 15 minutes. Not to add more stuff in, but to expand on what they decided to include, because I think it really would have been to the movie's benefit. The Prisoner of Azkaban film is 2 hours and 19 minutes, and that's really odd, because The Chamber of Secrets was literally 22 minutes longer. So I think my 10 to 15 extension suggestion is more reasonable than one might think. In all honesty, I think for adapting a book of its length, The Prisoner of Azkaban is too short. I also think the presentation of the story is far weaker. The Philosopher's Stone in the Chamber of Secrets had such adventurous and mysterious tones, and the Prisoner of Azkaban film doesn't have that, when I do think it could have resembled the first two films with or without Christopher Columbus. I think a key reason why I never liked the Prisoner of Azkaban movie, and why until recently I actually failed to finish it, was because of how the film was directed and edited. It felt completely alien to Chris Columbus. Like, the colors feel a lot more jaded and dull, and it's just shot differently. And it's hard to describe, but you probably know what I mean. It caught me completely off guard just how different it was, and unfortunately, I was not receptive to the changes. On Wikipedia, I read that the first two movies compared to this one had the priority of mystery and adventure above all else, and that this film was supposed to lean more towards the characters and their development or something. Well, I guess I'm the sort of person who enjoyed the mystery and adventure more, because I really think I would have enjoyed this film more if it was more consistent with the first two films and their tone. I guess when it comes to the more mature tone, I think it's really sudden. I'd argue that the Chamber of Secrets was darker than the Philosopher's Stone, but only a tad step darker. I think the transition from Chamber of Secrets to Prisoner of Azkaban is so awkward because there isn't a gradual transition. It's just as soon as all the characters are 13, it's suddenly dark and rainy and sometimes miserable. It's like we're towards the end of the series and the character arcs rather than film 3 of 7. The transition is not natural at all. It's just suddenly hopping on to the next movie. It's like Tim Burton or whoever in their worst mood made this movie. What I'm saying here is that I think I would have been more receptive if I got a step darker every movie after the other, instead of going 5 steps up the stairs in maturity. After all, the movies and the characters are supposed to grow with the audience, right? I did not grow up watching any of these films in the cinemas, but I presume there are many who did, and they would have grown up with the characters. So going incredibly dark was incredibly sudden, and not something I was at all accepting of. To sum it up in one word, it's jarring. But if we're going to criticize the rest of the movie for a more specific reason, we should actually get into the movie in detail. So with that being said, I should say firsthand that the Harry Potter audiobooks have a main theme that is vastly inferior to the movies. With that thing noted, let's get into the actual story. I think we should get into the movie first. So the movie starts with the classical musical score John Williams composed, as Harry Potter in number 4 Privet Drive is practicing the Lumos Maxima spell, which seems like something that breaks the canon because underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic away from school. This was established at the end of the first movie, so the contradiction is iffy. The scene basically has Harry light his wand up to look at a book, all the while going back to bed when his Uncle Vernon comes in. This whole thing takes up a minute of the movie, and in my opinion, it's a complete waste. It doesn't set up the story at all, and keep in mind, a key weakness of this movie, in my opinion, is the story and how it's presented. And hey, what do you know? This entire sequence actually represents the first chapter of the book. That's right. The first chapter had almost everything omitted in the movie. So let's talk about it. Chapter 1 is titled Our Post. And let me tell you, it sets up the story infinitely more than the movie that didn't even try. So basically, the book opens by doing a little bit of a recap. Harry Potter being an unordinary boy, one who has to do his homework in secret, which explains what Harry was doing at the start of the movie. He wasn't just reading a book, he was doing his homework. But in the book, he's not using his wand. Duh. He's using his torch. I suppose the filmmakers thought it was cool to just have the wand light go on and off without thinking about it very carefully. The book he's reading is a history book, and Harry's in the middle of reading a passage about how muggles were afraid of magic in medieval times, but they were terrible at recognizing it too. Even if muggles caught a real witch or wizard, there was a safeguard in place to ensure they could not be killed by a fire. Which is something interesting to learn, because that means that literally anyone who might have died at the Salem witch trials were all accused muggles. Harry, as mentioned before, has to keep quiet, because if the Dursleys knew what he was doing, they'd lock him in the cupboard under the stairs. After a little recap about life with the Dursleys, we see that Harry's crap is locked away, and on top of that, he's not allowed to talk to any of the neighbours. To be fair though, revealing to anyone that you're a wizard is probably a punishable offence. But the point is clear, no magic. However, having stuff locked away makes the homework harder, since there's no reference to look at. He's forced to do an essay on shrinking potions for Professor Snape, and he knows that Snape will find any excuse to punish him for incomplete homework. He did improvise, however, by sneaking into the cupboard and grabbing some of his stuff while the Dursleys were outside looking at Vernon's new car, very loudly trying to get everyone else on the street to notice. It's also explained that the Dursleys are in a particularly bad mood with him because of a certain someone who tried to call him on the first week of the summer holidays. Yeah, Ron tried to call Harry with extremely limited experience with a telephone, and it went a little like this.
Hello?
Loser says what?
Who is this?
Loser says what?
I know what you're trying to do. I'm not going to say what.
You're a loser! You loserhead! I hate you!
Well, actually, Ron tried calling Harry the best he could, except it was Uncle Vernon who picked up. And based on what the book describes, Ron wasn't the best at talking on the phone, talking too loudly. Harry, who happened to be in the room, got a death stare from Vernon, all before Vernon denied the existence of there being a Harry Potter, and then telling Ron on the other end to fuck off and never call back ever. He then proceeds to rip on Harry for giving the house number to another wizard, with Harry enduring all the angry spit out of his uncle's mouth. Ron realised that the telephone thing got Harry into trouble, because he didn't dare call Harry again. And he presumably also warned Hermione to steer clear of ringing the Dursleys too. You know, speaking of, we don't really get to learn what Hermione's home life is like. The most we learn is that her parents are both dentists, which probably means one thing: they're incredibly strict on what she eats.
Lollipops. What would be called cavities on a stick.
Yeah, I quite imagine the only lollies she actually gets to eat is at Hogwarts, away from the prying eyes of her parents. Speculation aside, Harry hasn't gotten any contact from anyone in the wizarding world for 5 long weeks. This is starting to become a pattern, it seems. Maximum magic at Hogwarts, minimum magic away from Hogwarts. I guess it does help to ground the story somewhat, especially in the first book, since that was an introduction to the wizarding world. And I guess it does keep us all in suspense, since the Dursleys can most, if not all, contact with the wizarding world. This is actually used to the story's benefit, because it keeps an element of surprise, even as each book keeps revealing more about the wizarding world, so there is at least a purpose to each stay with the Dursleys narratively. Anyways, Harry, after swearing not to deliver mail to any of his friends, is allowed to let Hedwig out of her cage. Vernon having given in to all the noise Hedwig made if locked in her cage for an extended period of time. So back to the present, where Harry is in the middle of doing his homework, he listens to his cousin Dudley snore. And starting to get tired, he hides his wizarding stuff away and figures that he should get some sleep. And then realizes via the clock at 1 p.m. and the date on top of that, he is now a 13-year-old boy. The book recaps how uneventful his birthdays always are. And after staring out the window next to Hedwig, the book describes how he has actually grown a few inches, despite being skinny and short for his age. His jet black hair still persists. He's still got his scar, given to him by Lord Voldemort, right after he killed his parents, and he then notices a group of owls coming towards him, in which they come into his room to deliver a package. The middle owl he recognizes as Errol, the Weasley family owl. He then realizes the second one is indeed Hedwig, and the third one he doesn't recognize. But he realizes it comes from Hogwarts, as it carries a school letter to him. First, he goes to open what Ron gave him, including his first ever birthday card, along with a snippet of the Daily Prophet. That announces how Arthur Weasley won the lottery essentially, and plans to take his family to Egypt, where the eldest son Bill works. Then a moving image of the Weasleys, including Bill, in front of the pyramids. Harry is certainly happy for the Weasley family, because after all, they're good blokes, and being able to afford a holiday was long overdue. Anyways, reading the card, Ron wishes him a happy birthday, along with describing his experience in Egypt, with ancient Egyptian wizards doing so much crap inside the tombs, even to the point his mother wouldn't let his sister Ginny in the last one. And aside from the holiday, his parents will buy him a new wand to replace the old one that snapped in two. Then he ends the letter by asking if Harry will be able to make it to London before the holidays end. Also, Percy became the Gryffindor head boy. Percy is in his last year at Hogwarts, and he appeared in the photo with such pride, having his badge and everything. So when Harry opens his present, it's a pocket sneakoscope, supposed to detect if anyone is doing something untrustworthy. Percy condemned it as useless, but in actuality, he should have heeded the warning since Fred and George put beetles in his soup. So then he opens Hermione's card and present. Hermione writes to him, stating that she hopes that he's alright after Ron's phone call, and she announces that she and her parents are on holidays in France. Then she expresses minor jealousy about Ron's trip to Egypt, since he must be learning a bunch load about Egyptian wizards and whatnot, although she's marking down French wizard history for her essay at Hogwarts. Then she states she'll be in London the same time Ron is, and asks the same mutual question on whether or not Harry will make it. So then comes Hermione's present to Harry, which despite being heavy, turns out isn't a textbook full of difficult spells. It's actually a kit for maintaining his broomstick, which, while appreciative of the gift, Harry also reminds himself of how much he misses Quidditch. Then comes Hagrid's present, except it's not really a present. In what turns out to be a textbook for the school year, comes the most dangerous aggressive book. Now this book is introduced later in the film, while Harry is away from the Dursleys, although in the book's context, he gets the book right here, right now. And he can't afford to, because it starts making a lot of noises, and scuttering across the floor like it does in the movie. The book bites his hand when he tries to reach for it under his desk, before managing to flatten it shut. All before getting a belt, and getting its mouth permanently shut. Anyways, Hagrid's card wishes Harry a happy birthday, and says the book may come in handy. And he's got a surprise he's waiting to tell him when he gets to school. Then comes the letter from Hogwarts, and this is absolutely something the movie should have kept in, is the typical instructions to get to Hogwarts, and as well as that, it's announced that third year students will actually get to go to the village of Hogsmeade on certain weekends. There's just a catch. He needs his guardians to sign a permission form, and looking at it, Harry is no longer grinning as he was previously. Hogsmeade is described as an entirely wizarding village, the only one in Great Britain, and Harry had never been there before. He wonders to himself how the hell he's going to convince Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia to sign the form, and he decides he'll worry about it in the morning and go straight to sleep, but not before ticking off his calendar, on the countdown before he can return to his world. And that's the end of chapter 1. So yeah, already, there's a lot of stuff the movie cut out that I think they absolutely should have kept in. The most important thing the novel had was the Hogsmeade permission form, and more importantly, the context on what Hogsmeade is and why it matters. As you'll soon see, the movie with its heavily trimmed runtime compared to the previous films really struggled, and that's why I absolutely think they screwed up here with the adaptation. Listen, I'm not expecting them to have as much depth as the book, of course, that's unrealistic for a film, but when your movie based on a longer book is 20 minutes shorter than the last movie, that's where I say they needed to rethink how they were doing this. So moving on to chapter 2, titled Aunt Marge's Big Mistake, and this is the part that's actually what's properly featured in the movie. And you'll recognize the reference even if you haven't read the book. So in the book, Harry goes downstairs to find the three Dursleys sitting around in the kitchen with a new television, bought for Dudley as a reward for the summer holidays. Although the book also mentioned that he heavily complained that the television in the living room took around a few meters to walk to. And that was too much for the obese Dudley. Gee, Dudley really finds new lows, doesn't he? In fact, Dudley is described watching the television intensely in the kitchen with his quote 5 chins chowing down, just to sell the point. As always, very descriptive. So anyways, none of the Dursleys as usual take note of Harry's birthday. after helping himself to some toast, there soon comes an interesting detail the movie excluded entirely. Harry notices on the television news of an escaped convict. A convict with the surname Black. To be frank, this caught me off guard, having watched the movie first as I always do. Keep in mind too, that this is the Muggle news, so the information about Black is describing, given the context of the story. Yeah, so the Dursleys have their own reaction to Black. Vernon in particular is confused that the news didn't report where Black escaped from, and Petunia is actively looking out the window to rat on her neighbors if they happen to be giving this Black guy refuge. It's worth noting that the story at this point hasn't revealed his first name. So after some complaining, Vernon tells his wife that he intends to pick up a woman named Marge, and the book explains that Aunt Marge is Uncle Vernon's sister. Harry, despite not being a blood relative of Marge, was always still forced to call her Aunt Marge. The book also elaborates that Aunt Marge lives in the countryside, owning a garden, and breeding bulldogs of all animals. While not leaving her home often, Harry dreaded the thought of Aunt Marge visiting again. As an example, she whacked Harry with a walking stick during Dudley's 5th birthday. And you want to know the reason why? No, seriously, just take a guess. He was beating Dudley at the game of musical statues.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Another example being how she bought a computerized robot for Dudley and a box full of dog biscuits for Harry. In fact, in the year before Harry's first year at Hogwarts, Harry accidentally stepped on the paw of one of Marge's bulldogs, and said dog chased Harry until he climbed up a tree. A completely humiliating memory that still makes Dudley laugh his arse off. Vernon then snaps at Harry, stating that Aunt Marge will be at 4 Privet Drive for the span of a week, and to add insult to injury, Vernon mentions the most infuriating thing to Harry. Now, Vernon hasn't told Marge about Harry's status as a wizard, and enforces an order that Harry be nice to Marge, and not do any crazy wizard shit around her. But that's not the part that pisses Harry off. In fact, this is to be expected. No, the thing that sends Harry over is the fact that Vernon has told Marge that Harry is attending St. Brutus's Secure Center for Criminally Incurable Boys.
Wow, what an asshole.
Yeah, that's a rather insulting name for a school. Any boys who actually go to this school must really hate their parents for sending them there. I don't think any boy would love to be called criminally incurable. Harry is unsurprisingly angry that that happens to be Vernon's cover story. But Vernon doesn't care and is going to force Harry to stick to that story. The book even describes that Aunt Marge's visit is literally the worst birthday present the Dursleys ever gave him, unintentionally topping Vernon's socks. So just before Vernon goes off to grab his sister from the train station, Harry has a rather clever idea. He actually manages to make a compromise with Vernon concerning the Hogsmeade permission form. Harry will keep his mouth shut and stick to Vernon's story if Vernon agrees to sign his permission form. There's a back and forth between the two where Vernon gets all panicky that Harry could reveal himself to be a wizard. Harry for the first time directly intimidates his uncle in this deal, and it works. Vernon agrees, however reluctantly, to sign Harry's form if he keeps his mouth shut. So this is where Harry has a real bargaining chip, his silence for a signed permission form. Although obviously, it's set up well that this might not be the easiest thing to do, with an insufferable 4th Dursley like Aunt Marge coming. Harry goes back upstairs and hides all his crap under the floorboards, and forcing both Hedwig and the Weasley owl to head off to the burrow. Harry intending to write a note explaining why Hedwig is staying over at the Weasleys. That permission form is at stake. So yeah, Rowling made us care about something as trivial as a permission form. Harry's 3rd year enjoyment is on the hook, and it's unclear whether or not he'll be able to keep calm. Now in the book, a few hours later, Petunia barks for Harry to come down, and after forcing him to open the front door, we meet Aunt Marge in the flesh. In the book, Marge is described as being just like Vernon. Large, buffy, and unironically having a mustache too. Holding a suitcase and the leash for an aggressive bulldog. Now so far, I've been mentioning the book context of things, so I'll talk about what happens in the movie, and why it's inferior to the book, even with the standards of the movie having less time by definition of being a feature film. You see, after the intro scene, it cuts to black, And like in the movie, Harry is ordered to open the door for both Uncle Vernon and Aunt Marge. There's a little moment where Marge gives her an umbrella for Harry to hold like he's the family butler. They also do keep in the bulldog, although the suitcase is replaced with a purse. Now in the film, the next part is where we get the first reference of the Hogsmeade permission form. Harry whips out the form and asks Vernon to sign it. The conversation isn't anything like the book. Harry does brush what the form is for under the rug by saying it's just school stuff, but unlike the book, it seems like Vernon's setting the terms where he resorts to telling Harry that he'll sign it if he behaves. Harry does have that response that he'll behave if she behaves, and with that being said, that's the movie set up for the Hogsmeade permission form. Thinking back to the Chamber of Secrets, not only was the setup with the dinner party set up faithfully to the source material, but you understood everything at stake. It isn't here in the movie. I'm feeling like the movie could have set up the Hogsmeade permission form the scene before Aunt Marge arrives, with the back and forth between Harry and Vernon. Because here, it's just a trivial, hey, can you sign my permission form? Yeah, I'll do it if you behave. This is far from the only problem I have with the film version of Chapter 2. In the book specifically, she does pass the suitcase to Harry before greeting Dudley with the utmost affection, and for his troubles, he receives a $20 note, or £20 note. It doesn't really matter, but we are in the UK after all. Now what comes next is the biggest downscaling an adaptation could do. Let's start with what the movie does. Now with the Hogsmeade permission form barely set up, the movie brushes by the tension in the course of 5 minutes by rushing through everything. In this scene, Harry is working endlessly as the Dursleys' butler essentially, and as well as that, they do reference some of the stuff mentioned in the book. For example, after Aunt Marge gives some of her alcohol to her bulldog, she asks Vernon where he sent Harry. And that's where we get the one and only mention of St. Brutus's. And after Harry improvises a story about he was beaten up loads of times, Marge starts going on about how Harry deserved it, and asks about what Harry's father did, with Petunia stating that his father was an unemployed bum. And after Marge calls his father a drunk, Harry suddenly snaps, that remark crossing the line for him. Right off the bat, Aunt Marge's glass explodes, and Aunt Marge thinks she held it too tightly. After Harry's ordered to clean up the broken glass, Aunt Marge then decides that it's actually the genetics of Harry's mother that led to him being screwed up, with it apparently being seen in dogs while breeding. And Harry loses his shit again. He aggressively tells Aunt Marge to shut up, all before the winds shake in the air, and before Aunt Marge can spout another insult, she begins inflating like a balloon. There's some exaggerated antics going on, like Aunt Marge's neck puffing out, hitting a clock, and Dudley who was briefly knocked down by it, and also the bulldog biting Vernon's leg. She starts puffing up more and more, and since the nearby door was opened, she begins flying out the door. And Vernon does attempt to save his sister by grabbing onto her. But eventually he realizes that he has to let her go, and so he lets go of his grip, with him falling down with the dog still trying to bite him face first. He gets up to see his sister floating up in the air. Dudley actually looks on with indifference, and Harry realizes he just screwed up, goes upstairs to his bedroom, where he sees a picture of his parents, and with that being said, he goes downstairs to where he's confronted by the Dursleys. Vernon demands he bring Marge back, but Harry defiantly states that Marge deserved what she got, and threatens him with a wand. And Harry, now believing that he's got nothing left to lose, may actually be considering using the wand on them. However, he decides to just leave. And despite Vernon pointing out that he's got nowhere to go, anywhere's better to Harry than number 4 Privet Drive, and we cut to him leaving the area. Now, when it comes to the scene in general, it feels very rushed. In this scene, Harry can't take 2 insults to his parents, which sounds out of place for a character who lived and breathed through abuse with the Dursleys. It happens over the course of 5 minutes. That was enough to tip Harry off. Oh, how an extra 20 minutes could have done this film wonders. Now, that's how the scene is presented in the film. Let's take a step back and assess how the book deals with this 5-minute sequence the movie has. Spoilers, it's a lot better paced. The novel obviously has the advantage of time, but it paces out everything. with Harry's anger rising and rising. After talking a bit with Vernon about who Aunt Marge left to take care of the other bulldogs besides Ripper, Aunt Marge addresses Harry, asking him that he's still here in a condescending way. She's unnecessarily confrontational and rude, which is just as bad as the impression we were given earlier in the book. She insults him for merely existing, going on about how her brother and sister-in-law are good for putting up with him, as she wouldn't have done it herself. Harry in fact was about to counter that he'd rather live in an orphanage than the Dursleys, but he keeps his cool, remembering the Hogsmeade permission form. It seems whatever he does, Aunt Marge gets more and more provocative by the second. Some of the dialogue in the movie is noticeable in the book, such as Aunt Marge asking the question of where Vernon sent Harry. Harry has to improvise a lie based on Vernon's signal that they also use the cane at St. Brutus's. A lot, in fact. Of course, you can never do right by Aunt Marge if you're Harry Potter, but before long, Vernon changes the subject back to the escaped prisoner, Sirius Black. Although we don't get to hear what she thinks, because the chapter transitions to throughout the week, which is a big difference from the movie, where Harry has to put up with Aunt Marge's shit for more than a day. And it's why I feel it was extremely rushed in the movie. The book describes how Harry avoided the Dursleys as much as he could, although Aunt Marge always wanted Harry under her watchful eye. She got Dudley expensive presents, while giving Harry a daring look, trying to goad him into asking why he didn't get a present too, and starts giving hints that rubs Harry the wrong way. This is where Harry starts to lose his shit, where like in the movie, Aunt Marge starts talking shit about his parents. Although before she starts talking about them directly, her glass shatters due to the insane amount of rage she put Harry in. And he's only narrowly saved by Aunt Marge passing the exploding glass off as her having too much of a firm grip. So not only is the Hogsmeade permission form in hot water now, but so is his status as a Hogwarts student, given the whole underage magic thing. So anyways, Harry makes it through the next 3 days by thinking about one of his birthday presents whenever Aunt Marge starts ripping on him. And then finally, the final evening of Marge's stay arrives. And just like Squid Game, Harry's gone too far now, and he has to keep his calm no matter what. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. While everyone's eating or drinking whatever, Harry realizes via Vernon's expression that he can't leave the table as of yet. He's going to have to sit it out. But then comes the final straw. Aunt Marge starts rambling on about how Harry is an undersized boy, which of course she fails to realize that it's because the Dursleys didn't feed him all that much. Then, like the movie, she talks shit about how Petunia's sister was a bad egg, and her husband was pretty bad too. Like the movie, there's the improvised excuse that James Potter was unemployed, although it comes from Vernon in the book and not Petunia. But the point is, Aunt Marge goes on her rant about how James was a lazy bum before she's interrupted by Harry, who's had enough. Aunt Marge then further rips on Harry, insulting his parents for dying in a car crash, presumably drunk behind the wheel. And this is where Harry gets really defensive, telling her outright that she's dead wrong.
Seething with rage!
Aunt Marge continues ripping on Harry until Harry gets her to shut the fuck up, the hard way. As like in the movie, her entire body inflates like a balloon. Like in the movie, there's details like how Ripper bites Vernon's leg, and Harry takes this as his cue to pack up and leave. And that's how Chapter 2 ends. Basically a better paced version of the movie that has Harry put up with Aunt Marge's shit for a week, but in the end, ultimately fails to conceal his anger. So my thoughts. As I expressed, the movie obviously needed more time, because the way it felt in the movie, Harry bursts with anger right after Aunt Marge shows up, and there's nothing uniquely provocative that makes him lose it. An extra 2 minutes out of the 20 minutes they could have had to expand on all this, as I said, could have done wonders, because the way it's presented in the film, Aunt Marge shows up, talks shit, Harry gets immediately angry, immediately forgetting about the Hogsmeade permission form, and loses his cool, and gives in to his anger, before he's forced to leave. I think a short montage of Harry putting up with Aunt Marge's shit before he loses his cool I think would have worked better. So yeah, this will be a running theme, that the movie cutting the runtime by 20 minutes compared to the last film was not a good idea in my opinion. So let's move on to Chapter 3. titled The Night Bus. So in both book and movie, Harry Potter speed walks away from 4 Privet Drive with his whole trunk, the movie depicting Aunt Marge still floating up in the sky, crying for help. The book describes how when he finally decides to sit down on the street somewhere, and the anger from what happened fades away, a new feeling sets in. Panic. He realizes he's in the middle of the Muggle United Kingdom with nowhere to go. We can tell that London in particular is a great while away, and he certainly isn't going to get there via a marathon. He also contemplates on his biggest mistake yet, violating the restriction of underage wizardry law for the second time since last year. We do know he was innocent the first time, because Dobby did all that shit, but Harry still has to take the fall. I think the book does a good job depicting the uncertainty of the situation. The book describes how he probably knew his friends would help him now if they could, but they're so far away, and he doesn't have his owl Hedwig with him. And he doesn't have any British currency. He then starts thinking about how he's going to spend the rest of his life. If he's already expelled, he should be able to do some more magic to make it to London. Then try to loot his vault at Gringotts Bank. So then he starts reaching for his invisibility cloak, but then he's shot straight up with a feeling. In both book and film, Harry starts looking around the street, and the film in particular tries to have a creepy vibe. But as I said before, most of everything in the film feels rushed, and Harry looks towards the bush on the side opposite him, and an unknown creature with gleaming eyes stares at him. The only noticeable difference in this snapshot moment is that Harry in the book used the Lumos spell to see better, while in the movie, he doesn't use any more magic. But with that inconsequential change aside, Harry falls over, just as a light from the side comes over. The titular night bus, described basically on point with how it appears in the movie. Purple, 3 floors, etc. With that being said, the bus stops right in front of him on the road, with a conductor who introduces himself as Stan Shunpike. In an identical line of dialogue, he announces that he runs the night bus, transport for any stranded witch or wizard, and tries to get himself and his stuff on board. Now, the casting for Stan was actually rather accurate. The book describes a late teenager, 18 or 19 presumably, with a rough face with pimples and the like. Stan is only prominent for this one part of the book, but the presentation on the film's part is actually rather good. If I had to say anything nice about the movie, it's that Stan Shunpike is pretty much what anyone could have imagined him being if they read the book first. Stan is voiced by Lee Ingleby, probably butchered that, who also voiced Bob the Builder from 2015 to 2018 in the reboot series. Just thought I'd mention that. Anyhow, he sniggers at Harry, asking him why he's down on the ground, and an annoyed Harry gets up and says that he didn't fall on purpose. He then remembers why he fell over and peers over to where the creature was, but he can't see anything now. Stan looks to where Harry's looking too and starts questioning him on what the hell he's looking at. Since we're rushing through the movie though, Harry in the film barely speaks to Stan at all. In the book, however, he does mention what he saw, as well as asking Harry where he wants to go. And of course, Harry states that he wants to go to London. And after Stan mentions the different prices for travel, Harry goes into his money bag and gives Stan the spare money he's got. So with that being said, Harry gets on the bus, and in both mutual versions, there are absolutely no seats. Only beds. The movie does do a good job with the scenery, and they had a key eye for how it was described in the book. However, we run into the most consistent mutual problem, rushing through the story. Exclusive to the book is the night bus going all over the place, dropping some witch off to her destination, and the book actually describes this happening with multiple wizards and witches. But the movie only has time for Harry. Since only the book emphasizes the fact that Harry broke wizarding law and his plan to steal his money from Gringotts Bank, in the book exclusively, he requests to go to Diagon Alley, while his film counterpart requests to go to the Leaky Cauldron. So with that being said, other differences include book Harry lying that his name is Neville Longbottom, it being the first name that sprung to mind, and the shrunken Jamaican heads being film exclusive. All the staff present on the night bus is Stan Shunpike and Ernie the driver. I don't know why the Jamaican head was even included, as in my opinion, it just detracts from the source material. A common rule in adapting a full-length novel is that you cannot add things in, because you obviously have to cut out a lot of things to meet a film's runtime. That's the basic reality of a film adaptation. I also wanted to say that a mere 5 years after The Phantom Menace, people are going to complain about this no matter what as being an offensive stereotype, regardless of whether it actually was. Anyways, the main point of focus is the newspaper Stan Shunpike is reading, as it focuses on Sirius Black, who is pretty accurate to how he's described in the book. Black messy hair and a sadistic expression, with his eyes being the only thing that feels truly alive. Book Harry points out how Sirius Black was featured on the Muggle news to Stan, and here we get a bunch of exposition about Sirius Black. Stan, in the book at least, explains how Sirius Black was a huge supporter of Voldemort, and he was actually essentially in line to be second in command. This is where we get some context on the titular Azkaban, the wizard prison. Azkaban, being a maximum security prison, is home to the worst wizard and witch criminals. Harry remembers how Hagrid, one of the bravest people he knew, was completely unnerved by the mention that he'd have to go to Azkaban. Anyways, with Sirius Black, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, informed the Muggle Prime Minister to tell his side of the population, the Muggles, about Sirius Black. Although with the improv that Sirius Black is carrying around a gun, instead of any magical equipment like a wand. Now this information about the Muggle Prime Minister made me interested, because again, assuming the Harry Potter universe works in parallel with our own, I wondered who the British Prime Minister would have been when the Harry Potter series takes place. So I looked it up, and it was a guy named Sir John Major, who succeeded Margaret Thatcher in office and was Prime Minister from 1990 to 1997, which would encompass most of the Harry Potter series, which takes place from 91 to 98. For the most part, it is entirely plausible that we can assume John Major was the in-universe Prime Minister in the Harry Potter series. Although obviously the books leave the Prime Minister unknown, and that obviously makes sense. Since Harry Potter is meant to be an escapism story into the wizarding world, where we leave the problems of the Muggles separate. But with that being said, we'll return to this when we get to the Half-Blood Prince. For now, we find out that, in the book at least, Sirius Black was imprisoned after a massacre of 13 people, inflicted by him with only one curse. Something that had a lot of witnesses, and I presume the Wizarding World had to put memory charms on the Muggles who saw it. The book describes how Harry sees a lot of characteristics of a vampire in Black, especially with his waxy white skin. Sirius Black is also the first person to escape from Azkaban, and it's mentioned in both book and film. Who's there? Filoni, what the hell do you want?
A few moments later.
What do you mean he's escaped? Alright, so if you didn't hear what Filoni told me, turns out that Sirius Black wasn't the only one to escape from Azkaban, despite the fact that the Daily Prophet says so. Turns out the much less notable Ryan Johnson, the one I framed for plagiarism when it was really me, yeah, well, he managed to escape too. Except no one really cares about him because he was locked up for alleged plagiarism, and nobody really considers that a big deal. Besides, I'm the only one who knows what really happened with him, and I'm sweating. Because he's coming for me. While Harry's got Sirius Black to worry about, I've got Ryan Roundhead to stress about. So until I get on the Hogwarts Express, I'm going to barricade my house. 1 second.
A few moments later.
There, I've locked myself in a room with a stash of food, a bathroom with plenty of toilet paper and the like. Ryan Johnson ain't getting through this. So anyways, after Stan explains the details of the massacre, we're after Voldemort's demise at the hands of Harry Potter. Stan's still unaware that he's talking directly at him. He explains that Sirius Black was cornered on a Muggle street, and with that one curse, killed 12 Muggles and a wizard. And by the time he was finally caught, he laughed sadistically. So with that being said, first impressions we get of the overarching antagonist of this book is that he's an absolute lunatic, and not all there up top. So then the Wizarding World covered up the incident as a gas explosion, and we get a hint of the terrifying nature of Azkaban's guards, which makes Ernie the driver shake in his place, With all that being said, the main difference between book and film is that the film is much more focused on the spectacle of the night bus. The bus flails everywhere at tip-top speed, making Harry fly everywhere, and it's incredibly silly. I never found the shrunken head, Ernie, Stan, or the top-speed reckless driving amusing. It's incredibly corny if anything, and again, the pacing is at an incredibly fast speed where things come and go just like that. So far I'm thinking that the approach to not follow the book so closely was a mistake, because the movie goes in a very unclear direction, and it's very much more miss than hits with the deviations. So by the time they get to London, and they're letting Harry off, we get two different versions of what happens. Book Harry is caught immediately after leaving the bus by Cornelius Fudge. Stan finds out who Harry Potter really is, and Harry, thinking he's doomed, goes into the leaky cauldron with Fudge. In the film, instead of Cornelius Fudge, we instead get this guy, Tom the landlord. Yeah, as inconsequential as a change as it is, I don't know why it couldn't have been Fudge who greeted him. So reflecting on this whole part of the story, the book is absolutely the better version. I think the film could have been more in line with the book and expanded upon Sirius Black, but instead it focused on wacky spectacle, with the bus contorting, which is a really questionable looking special effect, and an emphasis on Ernie's reckless driving. What the film tells us about Sirius Black is minuscule in this version. We're told that Black's a murderer, supported Voldemort, and escaped Azkaban, the bare essentials. If I were to suggest a big change, I would have sidelined the night bus itself in favor for the most important part, the setup for Sirius Black. Since the film omitted Sirius Black on the Muggle news, I think it's important more than ever to elaborate on who Sirius Black is, what he did, and why he's important to the story. And to do that, I think they could have at least told us about the massacre, with 13 people dying in the scene. Therefore, we would know right off the bat how dangerous Black is. So anyways, in both versions, we get Cornelius Fudge informing Harry that he's actually not in trouble. The curse put on Aunt Marge has been reversed, and her memory has been modified. She won't remember a thing, with a mutually jolly expression towards Harry. The book adds in the detail that Fudge is oblivious to the fact that the Dursleys hate Harry, and vice versa, and suggesting to him that he spend the rest of the 2 weeks of the holidays in the leaky cauldron. A room booked for him and everything. A confused Harry in both versions is questioning why he won't get any punishment. And Fudge says that it being an accident, and the curse being a relatively harmless inflation spell, means that he won't be punished. Book Harry does add in the story of what happened last year, as Dobby used magic in the Dursley home, and Harry took the blame, getting a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Although Cornelius Fudge states that it's a matter of, quote, changing circumstances, given the current climate. He says this in the movie too, with slightly different dialogue. And Book Harry notices there's something off about Fudge himself dealing with something as petty as underage wizardry. And this alludes to the fact that he knows more than he's letting on. In the film directly, Fudge denies the question if Sirius Black has anything to do with Harry, and the rest of this part of the information is only given in the book. So Fudge and Tom organize Harry to stay in room 11 for the rest of the holidays. Although in the film, it's actually references the Hogwarts Express coming by tomorrow, which means they changed the dates of when this scene takes place. So in the book, it's 2 weeks before the Hogwarts Express takes off, and in the film it's 1 day. You may be wondering what this changes, and it's actually a whole chapter, as the book elaborates on what Harry does at Diagon Alley. Harry in the book does attempt to ask Fudge to sign the permission form for Hogsmeade, but Fudge says that he can't, not being his parent or guardian, and despite the fact that he's the top of his game, being the Minister for Magic, he has to abide by the rules. So with that being said, Harry isn't allowed to Hogsmeade. And Fudge even says that it's all for the best, to keep him safe and all. So he's led into his room to stay in, and after discovering that Hedwig arrived only 5 minutes before he did, he quickly goes to sleep. It is worth noting that this part about Hedwig is present in the film, but it's during the meeting with Cornelius Fudge, instead of Harry staying in his temporary room. And that's chapter 3. So, my thoughts. The same mutual problem of rushing through the story is present, so I'm not going to go through that again. So what I will say is that the film has failed to capture me, as it feels like they've done the bare minimum from the book. And given how future films, I feel at least did the longer books more justice, that is inexcusable. I'm really being a hardliner towards my extra 20-minute suggestion. The book is clearly winning over the movie, as I feel the advantage of visualization the movie has was wasted, and I resented how much it doesn't look like the previous two films, which I thought nailed it. And you don't just get used to the films looking one way, and then it looks completely different in the third film. So when it comes to chapter 4, which is titled The Leaky Cauldron, they could only spare 4 minutes at most for the film version of events. What I noticed the most is that they played a lot of catch-up in the film, and having a different way of explaining things that would play a role later in the story. Again, I advocate for an extra 20 minutes to expand on what they decided to keep in. So to keep this comparison as clean as possible, let's go over what the film shows us. In what is later revealed to be Hagrid's required school book, after his honor was restored, he became a teacher at Hogwarts. And has perhaps the most bloodthirsty, dangerous book become essential reading material? Harry finds that out the hard way, as the fully sentient book starts making noises, and as Harry approaches it, he lets the book go free. And it starts a small rampage across his room, where it starts biting at Harry's face, and he's forced to use one of his sneakers as bait to catch it. And then he goes downstairs and meets Ron and Hermione, with Hermione herself having a new pet cat. And unsurprisingly, Ron and Hermione argue back and forth about which pet's worse. As Ron tells Hermione that her cat Crookshanks looks like a pig with hair, and Hermione's like, "Oh, look who's talking, Mr. Rat Enthusiast," insulting Scabbers. Harry calls down to the both of them, and they greet him. And this is where we get the film's version of Ron and his family having been to Egypt to see stuff. Like the pyramids and the tombs and everything we associate Egypt with. I do like the retort Hermione has, where she points out that the Egyptians worshipped cats, and Ron retorts back that they worship dung beetles too, so that doesn't make cats special. We see Fred and George come by, and mock him for showing absolutely everyone the newspaper clipping about the Weasley family going to Egypt. Yeah, I remember Ron tried showing me the newspaper clipping too, and I told him to fuck off, because I was on the lookout for Ryan Johnson. He then asked me who Ryan Johnson was, and I lied and I told him he was some stupid muggle filmmaker. Okay, that technically wasn't a lie, but that wasn't the reason I was watching my back for him. I also recall his dad came over and started asking me about muggle films. So I told him about some of my favorites like Terminator and Star Wars. And he really liked hearing that, as he compared the whole Terminator time travel thing to the Time Turners. And oh boy, we'll get to that. Anyways, after Harry is asked if he's got everything from Molly Weasley, he speaks to Arthur, who despite mentioning how the Ministry wants to keep it a secret, catches him up to speed on how Sirius Black is after him. They walk around the back to where Arthur tells Harry all about how after Harry stopped Voldemort's reign of terror, Black lost everything, and is now out for Harry, as he's still loyal to Voldemort, and feels killing Harry will allow Voldemort to come back to power, and tries to make Harry swear that he won't go after Sirius Black. Although Harry does point out why in the hell he'd want to look for someone like him, and that's the film's version of Chapter 4, before abruptly cutting to the Hogwarts Express. That was quite a short sequence, and compared to the film's 4 minutes of screen time, the audiobook's version of events goes on for a solid 34 minutes. So let's begin. So the book describes how Harry was rather surprised by his new freedom, how he could go wherever he wanted, within limit of Diagon Alley of course, and do whatever he wanted. He's completely drawn in by the all-wizard shops in Diagon Alley in fact, that he wouldn't even think of breaking his word to Fudge. The Leaky Cauldron is also home to a lot of strange characters that are entertaining to be around. So Harry is quite enjoying himself. On top of that, Harry doesn't have to do his homework in a limited capacity under the sheets of his crappy bed in his crappy room at the Dursleys anymore. There's even a bloke named Florian Fortescue, who owns an ice cream parlor and gives him free sundaes, on top of helping him with his essays. The only limit seems to be that Harry's got to control himself with his money. As while his parents left him a sizable amount, he shouldn't spend it on whatever he wants, given he's got an additional 5 years left at Hogwarts. He's tempted to buy a lot of stuff, including a magical board game, a replica of the galaxy, but most importantly, in the Quidditch shop, there's a brand new broomstick named the Firebolt. Top speed, elegant design, basically the Lamborghini of the Wizarding World. You pick up bitches with that hunger glory. Jokes aside, the book as usual does a good job giving a good impression. So even though this is a low tension chapter, events are still interesting, and descriptions leave an impression. I should also mention that the Firebolt will come around later, book-wise at least, and even though Harry really wants it badly, he does know his Nimbus 2000 gets the job done, and he never lost a Quidditch match so far. So while he doesn't buy it, he did enjoy going around and looking at it. So anyways, after refreshing his potion supply, buying new robes, and new books for his 2 new classes, Care for Magical Creatures and Divination, the book describes how the Monster Book of Monsters, Hagrid's described book, was locked in cages. And the guy working at the bookshop mentions being bitten 5 times that morning. Anyways, Harry asks for Unfogging the Future, another book he needs for divination specifically. He does catch a glimpse of a book with a sinister black dog, resembling the one he saw earlier, but then he gets his book and goes back to his room. Reminded of the creature, he tries to calm himself down by talking to himself in the mirror. Okay, so with that being said, when the school term starts coming around, more and more Hogwarts students came to Diagon Alley to buy their shit. He encounters Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, as well as the real Neville Longbottom. The book emphasizes the word real, who is being chastised by his grandmother because Neville messed up his book list. On the last day before the Hogwarts Express goes off, Ron and Hermione meet Harry again at the ice cream parlor. So after discussing Aunt Marge and what happened to her, Ron pulls out his new wand, and the memory of the one that broke is behind them. In fact, we're also reminded that Hermione's doing every subject, including Muggle studies. Something Ron scoffs at, because it's a Muggle-born looking at Muggles. I have to wonder if a lot of Muggle-born wizards picked Muggle studies as a way to cheat at school, because it'll be easier than others. 1993 in particular had Czechoslovakia dissolve into 2 countries. And I imagine the crisis surrounding that would be the topic to study. We also had id Software's Doom released that December. Okay, speculation on Muggle studies aside, Hermione says that she's got some birthday money, and she's gonna spend it on a pet. The trio go into a pet shop with a bunch of exotic animals, and Ron gets Scabbers checked, since he's been a bit sick since Egypt. Despite being a mostly useless pet that Ron keeps around, he will come around later. Oh boy, will he come around later. We get the hint early on that Scabbers has lived far longer than a rat normally should, and Hermione's cat manages to scare Scabbers off. Well, actually, it's worth noting that Hermione just bought the cat Crookshanks just as Scabbers was chased out in the book continuity. Hermione is completely enamored with Crookshanks and doesn't see anything wrong with them, which causes a lot of arguing between her and Ron. The cat ain't exactly more appealing than Scabbers is, according to Harry's POV. Basically, this part of the book includes Ron and Hermione arguing back and forth. After this is around the time we get Harry Potter's first interaction with Arthur in the book storyline. He greets Harry as always, putting down his paper with the headline of Sirius Black still on the loose. We also get Molly, and Fred, George, Percy, and Ginny come by. Ginny in particular is still embarrassed from last time, not looking Harry in the face when saying hello. I in particular still ain't forgotten how badly written the love poem she wrote in the Chamber of Secrets was. Point is, the most relevant thing that happens in this part of the book is the announcement that Percy is the second head boy in the Weasley family at Hogwarts. Okay, so anyways, after they all collectively have dinner, Ron and Percy start arguing about missing items. Harry offers to go help find Ron's stuff, and that's where we get a noticeable difference from the movie. You see, unlike the movie, where Arthur tells Harry directly about Sirius Black, Arthur reveals via arguing with Molly that Sirius was chanting in Azkaban about Harry, and he likely intends to kill him, believing it may bring Voldemort back, because he's had 12 years to sulk about it since the night the Dark Lord was defeated. So yeah, That's a moderate difference. That contrary to Arthur Weasley speaking directly to Harry, he's instead keeping it quiet in the book, but Harry just so happens to be listening in. Harry manages to hide when the conversation's over, and after an encounter with Fred and George, who have dicked around with Percy's head boy badge, Harry goes to bed. He reflects on how everything makes sense now, like why he was restricted to staying in Diagon Alley, not that he'd want to leave anyways. Harry is unintimidated by Sirius Black, despite knowing he killed 13 people with one curse. And he also thinks about the loosely alluded to Azkaban guards, but ultimately, he tells himself that he won't get himself killed. And so that's the end of chapter 4. So thoughts. Since they've stopped following the book so closely, I'm starting to wish they had. You already know how the pacing feels like to me, but the fact that they don't stick to the books is a major disappointment. I honestly think it would have been better in this case to have movie Harry overhear Arthur and Molly arguing like he did in the book. It just gives the impression that the danger that Sirius Black poses is very serious. Pun not intended. So much that they're debating whether to tell Harry. In the movie, he tells Harry quietly, but I think the book's version of events was much better. And so I prefer it. I'm not very impressed with the movie, since it seems like they're just rushing through the story. On the upside at least, I have some visual representation to go with while I critique the book. So let's move on to chapter 5, titled The Dementor. And if you've seen the movie, you know straight away what we're talking about. As you might expect, there's more detail in the book. In the book, we pick up where we left off in the morning. Harry wakes up and he meets up with Ron, who is annoyed at Percy still accusing him of messing up his stuff. This time, a picture of his girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater. Harry is about to interrupt him to tell him what he found out last night, until Fred and George come by, and Harry has to cease revealing his revelation until later. So basically, there's a huge rush to get to King's Cross Station, stuffing all their trunks and whatnot. Hedwig in particular incredibly irritated. The first true bit of interaction happens when Hermione tells Crookshanks that she'll let him out on the train, to which Ron snaps that she won't, because Scabbers will be in danger. Anyhow, Harry is escorted into a ministry car by Arthur. Yeah, that's right, wizards can drive cars too with enough experience. His drive over is described as uneventful compared to the night bus, and the car, for the most part, was rather ordinary, aside from a few jinxes that separate it from Uncle Vernon's car. Anyways, they arrive at King's Cross 20 minutes before the train leaves, and Harry is taken through the barrier by Arthur, it being heavily implied that he wishes to see Harry off safely. After stuffing their trunks in the storage area, Molly says goodbye to everyone, and Arthur in particular pulls Harry to speak to him about what they spoke about last night. But Harry tells him that he already knows. Harry does add that technically Arthur hasn't broken his word to Fudge not to tell him, and insists that he's not scared. Arthur is hesitant to believe him, but after he's convinced, he makes Harry promise that he won't go after Sirius Black. Arthur is pressuring Harry to promise him, alluding to another dark secret, but Harry is unable to, as the Hogwarts Express takes off, and Harry jumps onto the train without telling Arthur anything. Harry on the train finally tells Ron and Hermione that he needs to talk to them. And after Ron tells his sister Ginny to buzz off, they go searching for an empty compartment. And that's where we return to the movie. In the film, Harry references blowing his Aunt Marge up before they find a nearly empty compartment, with a man fast asleep. If I had to be very specific, the compartment is at the very end in the book, while it's in the middle in the movie. And it's never described that the man has a blanket on him in the book, as depicted in the movie. The description of the blanket, however, does work for the movie, given the character. The man is quickly identified as Professor R.J. Lupin, as Hermione spots the name on the man's suitcase next to him in both mutual versions. And one can gather that he's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, as confirmed a few seconds later in the book. Anyways, this is where Harry starts to tell his friends what he knows about Sirius Black. Now, in the film, the trio don't talk much about what Harry knows about in detail before they're interrupted. It's actually only 5 lines of dialogue from the 3 characters combined, yes, I counted, before we skip straight to the next part of the book. Those 5 lines is just Ron sounding concerned about Black escaping just to come after Harry. And Harry is passive throughout all this. Nothing with a true purpose is really done. And it adds to my point of them just skimming through the story the book laid out. Again, an extra 20 minutes would have helped. It would have been more interesting to see the characters' reactions to things. Because so far, there hasn't been much of that. In fact, the only time I can recall Harry showing much emotion at all so far was at the very start when he made his Aunt Marge inflate. That was around 15 minutes ago in the movie's runtime, and there hasn't been anything else since. Now, I think it's time I admit that I was extremely bored watching this movie, and the only interesting part was the climax. And believe me, that was the problem the first time I tried to watch this movie. Hearing about how they shifted the focus of the films from the adventure aspect to the characters and their development was a jarring change with a lack of transition. But it also made for a lesser enjoyable film, despite having a faster pace due to covering the events of the book so quickly to the point where the movie ceases to have the same flair the books had. I no longer had a sense of anticipation like I did with the previous 2 films. The first 2 films not only had the aura of mystery and adventure to them, but I felt like the story was an unraveling mystery, and I felt like the Prisoner of Azkaban film just took away from that. It felt like there was a lack of serious passion for the source material. Like they already knew they had a film franchise on their hands after the first 2 films did well, and so they could stop trying as hard. There isn't an exciting aura anymore, and they still could have, given the book has the overarching threat of Sirius Black. Not only would I have pushed for the exact same approach the first 2 films had, where they both stick to the source material fiercely, but they also have the sense of adventure. The first 2 films made Hogwarts, and the world by extension mysterious, and that's what made it so interesting. With The Prisoner of Azkaban, this is lacking. Maybe the problem is that they shifted away from the mystery, but in my opinion, they should have still focused on it. Everything the book lays out, starting with the dark secret that is being kept from Harry, that the book by this point is set up, should have been a priority. Keep the audience who's never read the book guessing, you know? So point is, we're at the 20-minute mark of the film, and my rule of thumb is that if the story hasn't gotten going by the 20-minute mark, it ain't going to pick up. And The Prisoner of Azkaban is no exception. The film has underwhelmed me, and I'm left wishing that the series had the same style as the first 2 films, but it hasn't, and I'm disappointed. With that being said, I think I've said enough about the movie for now. Let's get to what the book has in store for us. The book describes how Harry caught Ron and Hermione up to speed with what he knows about Black, and unlike the underwhelming reaction in the film, the both of them are shocked. Ron described as thunderstruck, courtesy of AC/DC, and Hermione has her hands on her face from shock. I wish the movie included this reaction, but anyways, Hermione is insisting that Harry can't be looking for trouble, and Harry barks back that if he doesn't go looking for trouble, it's usually the other way around. Ron sarcastically asks why Harry would want to in a shaken voice. The book even bluntly states that they took the news worse than Harry had expected, which is not what I describe in the movie. Ron then states how Sirius was a top security prisoner who managed to escape when no one else has escaped before, aside from Ryan Johnson that is, but we don't talk about that. Anyways, after Harry's sneakoscope goes off in his trunk, and the trio hide it in some of Uncle Vernon's old socks, Ron states how it's probably broken and they can probably get it fixed in Hogsmeade. And that's where Harry knows that he's going to have to break the bad news. Ron and Hermione go back and forth talking about all the stuff they're going to do in Hogsmeade, right in front of Harry, who, as we all know, didn't get his permission form signed. Hermione then obliviously turns to Harry and asks him if it'll be nice to get out of Hogwarts. And Harry tells them that he won't be able to go. The Dursleys didn't sign his permission form, and he shuts down the idea that McGonagall, the strictest teacher in the school, will give him permission either. Ron does suggest that Fred and George can sneak him out, given they know every passageway in Hogwarts, which is an indirect Chekhov's gun for later, believe it or not. But Hermione does point out that Harry shouldn't sneak out with Black on the loose. And they almost wake Professor Lupin up when Ron and Hermione start arguing over Crookshanks. Anyways, there's a time jump in the book as the Hogwarts Express starts to go north, the skies darken, the clouds go thick, and after getting the cauldron cakes from the witch with the food trolley, they observe Lupin a little bit more. They unsuccessfully try to wake him up, and Ron initially speculates that he might be dead, before Hermione shuts that down by stating that he's breathing. Something completely exclusive to the book, Draco Malfoy, followed by Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, go over to taunt the trio. He starts talking shit in his classic smug, antagonistic self. Also, just for the record, it's around this time I should mention that they do a lot of recapping in the books, or at least at the start of the books. I presume to catch people up to speed on either those who didn't read the previous books, or those who forgot. This isn't really worth discussing, it's just a pointless observation. Ron immediately gets enraged by Malfoy's attempts to pick a fight, although Malfoy then notices Professor Lupin and leaves shortly after. So anyways, after Ron vents about beating the crap out of Malfoy if he's provoked again, we somewhat approach what the film depicted, with heavy rain thickening, and Ron assumes that they're nearly at Hogwarts, but Hermione checking her watch says that they can't be there yet. That's where the train seems to slow down and down before coming to an immediate halt, jolting a bunch of luggage, before being submerged in... Well, let SpongeBob describe it for you instead of me.
This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness.
I will criticize the book a bit, where they aren't unnerved straight away with all these classic horror film tropes playing out, but the advantage this part has over the movie is, again, better pacing. The book has the addition of nervous Neville Longbottom joining the trio, and being Neville, he is completely and utterly stressed. Ginny also joins the fun before Hermione can even attempt to ask the train driver what's going on. This is around the time Professor Lupin wakes up, and is on alert for the first time in the entire trip. He's holding what appears to be flames, and the titular namesake of the chapter shows up, the Dementor, like in the movie. And I will give the film credit, they did match the description of the Dementors rather accurately. To sum it up, the Dementor is described as the vacuum cleaner of all the happiness in the world, more or less. And Harry and the others feel an extremely cold presence. And in both mutual versions, he hears the screams of a certain someone before he's woken up. Now, watching this scene in the movie, Harry asks with almost indifference what that thing was, with Lupin explaining passively that it was a Dementor, and giving him some chocolate. There's also minimal talking before we cut straight to the Hogwarts start of term stuff. All we get is Ron and Hermione, mostly Ron, actually talking about what the Dementor felt like. And the way the characters talk is a tad unconvincing. In the book at least, the characters come across as at least concerned. And Harry mentions the screaming he heard. Now keep in mind too, that Neville and Ginny are also here, while the movie just flat out omitted them. When it comes to Ginny, in fact, she's barely in the movie. Professor Lupin does in fact give Neville chocolate in the book too. In fact, he gives everyone in the room chocolate, before explaining what the thing was, mutual to his film counterpart. This is of course before he openly states that he needs to speak with the driver, and leaves. I will say that Ron's dialogue is at least somewhat accurately translated in the movie, when Harry asks what happened to him. Hermione, by extension, also explains that Lupin tried explaining to the Dementor that they weren't hiding Sirius Black, and when it refused to fuck off, he pulled a spell on it that caused it to glide away. Keep this in mind for later. Anyways, after a description of the other characters' reactions, Lupin returns and encourages them to eat the chocolate he gave all of them. The train is now only 10 minutes away from Hogwarts. As usual, we get Hagrid there to greet all of them upon arriving to the general area, and at the very least, they depict being taken into Hogwarts by various stagecoaches. But aside from that, exclusive to the book are the descriptions of Dementors patrolling the nearby area near the school. And upon getting off, Malfoy's there to taunt Harry because he found out via Neville that Harry fainted on the train from the Dementor attack. This insult is depicted in the movie too, although it happens in the Great Hall, rather than hot off getting off the stagecoaches. You can also tell Malfoy doesn't care about the context of a Dementor literally sucking the life out of him. He's just looking for an excuse to taunt Harry, because of that notion that fainting is a sign of weakness. It is worth pointing out, however, that Malfoy found out about Harry fainting in the movie through unexplained means. And they point that out, with Harry asking how the hell he found that out. A question that is never answered. Anyways, Harry and Hermione in particular get sidetracked afterwards, because Professor McGonagall calls for the both of them to have a word. As it turns out, it's not trouble or anything of the sort. Rather, it's a checkup on Harry's condition post-Dementor attack. Madame Pomfrey comes in to check Harry, and Harry reacts with annoyance, stating that he's fine, and personally dreading inside the idea that he will have to stay in the hospital wing again. Well, long story short, he's let off easily, and as a setup for something later, when Hermione stays in the office to discuss with Professor McGonagall her timetable. It's a detail that flies under the radar, but it absolutely comes by later. Anyhow, they manage to get back to the Great Hall, and they just narrowly miss the sorting ceremony, that being Harry's second time in a row. The book describes how Harry has fingers pointed at him, and the story of him collapsing must have travelled like a speeding bullet. We then get the start of term notices from Professor Albus Dumbledore. As I said last time, Richard Harris died, and in his place was Michael Gambon. Now, Michael Gambon is no longer with us as well, and I say this without disrespect, but I much preferred the original actor. It's been said that Michael Gambon did not bother to read the source material when he was brought on to replace his predecessor, and it's a night and day difference. Richard Harris came across as the warm, yet somewhat quirky wizard presented in the books, while Michael Gambon comes off more serious and hardened. And believe me when I say, it's noticeable. Just like the transition from the Chamber of Secrets to this film, you get used to one thing. And when it's changed, you're unhappy. And that's how I would describe it here. Gambon just doesn't bring the character to life as portrayed in the books. It's basically a split between the two actors, and Gambon is the lesser of the two. So anyways, Dumbledore, played by an actor with a vastly different approach, and voice too, it's quite noticeable. In both versions, Dumbledore announces that the Dementors from Azkaban are patrolling the area around the school, searching for Sirius Black. He warns that they're being stationed on the grounds, and that no one is to leave school without permission. Book Dumbledore relies on the head boy and girl of each house to guard their students. He also announces the arrival of 2 new teachers. Filling in the defense against the dark arts post is Remus Lupin, and it's described that he looks more shabby compared to the other teachers in their best robes. The book also shows Snape's reaction. He's envious, if anything, wanting the position of the dark arts teacher, but as we're about to find out, in this book and 2 books later, Snape and Lupin have some very personal history. On the other hand, Professor Kettleburn, the magical creatures teacher, is retiring to enjoy time with his remaining limbs. Yes, that's how Dumbledore says it, and it's in both versions. And in his place is Rubeus Hagrid, explaining where that dangerous book came from. Hearing this, it seems like the damage Tom Riddle turned Voldemort did against Hagrid by framing him for the attack on Hogwarts has been undone. So while Hagrid did not get to finish his education, he's now going to be a teacher at Hogwarts with a paid salary. And I presume he was caught up to speed on what he needed to know to officially become a teacher. So yeah, it sucks that Hagrid had to put up with Tom Riddle's shit for 50 years, but the worst is behind him. But believe me, just because Tom Riddle's no longer fucking with his reputation, doesn't mean that a certain other Slytherin can't. So Hagrid in particular is becoming one of the official teachers, alongside his gamekeeper duties. So yeah, the trio are happy for him. The Gryffindor table is happy, and Hagrid himself is happy for himself. It's a better state than ever. Anyways, Dumbledore closes the statement, and lets the feast begin. Now, while the movie skips to the next scene, the book describes the feast being delicious, with Harry, as usual, grabbing for everything he could get. They also seize the opportunity to speak to Hagrid and congratulate him for becoming a teacher, and Hagrid's face is teary, as shown earlier. We also learn that Dumbledore went straight to Hagrid's hut the moment Professor Kettleburn decided that he didn't want to keep handling creatures anymore. So climbing up the staircase, Harry and the other Gryffindors go up to the portrait of the fat lady, and in case you're wondering, that singing to shatter the glass act the fat lady is doing is not in the book. It's some random thing the film included, and it's a waste of 30 or so seconds. Doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind, it's a lot when it comes to a movie based on a book. Not a second should be wasted. And given how they pace through the story at breakneck speed, it's a problem. Anyways, they close the chapter with Harry going straight to bed, being glad to be back. I would say that's all, but it's not. Because in the movie, we have this scene of Harry, Ron, and a bunch of the other Gryffindor boys trying out sweets that make them sound like different animals. That's another 30 or so seconds wasted in my opinion, and I wish this was cut out. Okay, so my thoughts. The movie in comparison to the book continues to fall short, and it's struggling to keep up. Added with the two pointless scenes of the fat lady trying to shatter a glass, and the Gryffindor boys fucking around, it was not necessary. To be frank, I forgot those two things were in the movie, but rewatching it, that's one way to clog the runtime, and maybe I'm overreacting, but given my overarching complaint about the movie, it's not helping. Let's move on to Chapter 6, titled Talons and Tea Leaves. As the book exclusively describes, the trio after a good night's sleep comes by in the morning to overhear Malfoy, of course, give out a dramatic recreation of Harry's Dementor attack. Ron and Hermione mutually discourage Harry from pursuing vengeance from Malfoy's trash talk. One of the Slytherin girls, Pansy Parkinson, completely taunts Harry. Fred and George do reveal once Harry's sitting on the Gryffindor table that Draco Malfoy absolutely pissed himself when the Dementors came by the Hogwarts Express, seeking refuge in Fred and George's compartment in fact. With that being said, they start talking about the first Quidditch match with Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Aside from that, Ron's confused at Hermione's timetable, there being 10 subjects a day, and Hermione's only response is that she fixed it up with Professor McGonagall. Anyways, Hagrid comes in, optimistic for his first class, and after that, we return to what the movie shows as Harry experiences his first divination class. Well, actually, the book briefly describes what it's like getting up to the North Tower, which is the correct spot to get to class, and climbing down the stairs is quite difficult. I imagine I could have handled it, given I've been walking a bunch for exercise, but that's besides the point. They can't. They also meet a moving painting of a loud knight, Sir Cadogan, on the way up. But aside from that, they make it to the top. Anyways, upon arriving to class after climbing up a ladder, Harry thinks to himself about how it did not look like a classroom at all. In fact, it's pretty close to how it looks in the movie, with a bunch of items like teacups all around. Now this is where we return to the movie, for real this time, with the introduction of Professor Trelawney, who, yeah, to be fair, is pretty accurate to her book counterpart. She's played by Emma Thompson, and I will say they made yet another memorable teacher character, with Trelawney being this cryptic, mystic woman with a soft voice. She has weird oversized glasses, and in general, they give us a good impression of her in the film, albeit very brief. Trelawney's scene in the movie only lasts for 2 minutes. I mean it. 2 measly minutes. So I suppose first, I should discuss what she does in the book, and then compare it to the movie. She welcomes all her students to her class, briefly explaining that she hardly ever comes down to the main school because it interferes with her, quote, inner eye. An explanation that perplexes everyone there. Aside from that, she announces that divination will require more than just what's in a book to master. Trelawney's scene in the movie only lasts for 2 minutes. I mean it. 2 measly minutes. Something which makes Hermione nervous, because she's the most reliant on books for education. Trelawney then points out Neville of all characters, and asks him if his grandmother as well. Neville, being the nervous wreck that he is, states that he's pretty sure that she's well, without any confidence, and Trelawney responds that she's not sure that his grandmother is all that well. Then she goes back into what they'll be studying. The first term, they'll be looking at tea leaves, and the second, they'll be looking at palmistries. Then, super randomly, she looks at Parvati Patil and tells her to steer clear of any redheads. And so she moves away from Ron, being the only redhead in sight, and moves a tad away from him. Okay, that's a little discriminatory.
Teachers have souls!
Aside from that, she then talks about moving onto a crystal ball in the summer term before passively predicting the future, mentioning that there will be a flu epidemic in February, and one of the students will leave forever, something which unnerves everyone, and also gives a strange warning to Lavender Brown too. So anyways, they are all assigned into pairs, where they'll do a little trickery with some tea in a cup, and then they'll drain the cups and cross-examine the result with the book Unfogging the Future. I presume this means that they're trying to tell the future. The results? Well, apparently Ron is going to suffer, but be very happy about it. Whatever sense that makes. Before Harry's supposed prophecy is laid out by Ron. Trelawney interferes with the whole process and announces to Harry that he has a great enemy.
No shit.
And apparently, Trelawney states to Harry afterwards that he's got a symbol of a grim in his teacup, indicating that Harry's gonna die. What does make the prophecy chilling, however, is when she references the same animal that Harry saw before the night bus came. The big black dog. Then, as erratically as everything else she's done, she decides it's wrap-up time, and the class is dismissed. Alright, so that's the book's version of events. Let's see how the movie adapted it. They start this scene by having Trelawney be just as erratic as she was in the book. They, in a basic sense, adapt the part where they're supposed to do stuff with each other's tea leaves. Hermione's reaction to all this, instead of nervousness, is passing the whole class off as a load of rubbish. And that's probably the most notable difference. Otherwise, the basic vibe of the scene is the same. Seamus Finnegan is in this scene a little more, and they maintain the question asked to Neville Longbottom. Aside from that, most of what they adapt is Ron predicting the whole suffering but being happy prophecy. And Trelawney also tells Harry in the movie about how he has the Grim. Although in the movie, there's no direct reference to the big black dog, as they cut to the next part of the movie there. So I would say at the end of the day that they got the vibe of the scene intact and adapted roughly half of what was in that scene, cutting out entering the class and the stuff relating to Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. Decent adaptation of the scene, but that's just how the scene is adapted. I still don't enjoy this movie for the reasons previously listed. The pacing is all over the place. Anyways, in the book, following Trelawney's divination class is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Although when McGonagall divinates and transforms herself into a cat, there's no applause like usual. She then points this out, how a class hasn't been this quiet before, and Hermione states that they were all in divination previously, to which McGonagall understands and correctly guesses that Trelawney must have stated that someone at Hogwarts gonna die. Yeah, as it turns out, Trelawney is anything but a real psychic. She can barely tell the future, and it was just her way to introducing the class to the subject. She is hesitant to talk about Trelawney negatively, but aside from that, hearing that Trelawney was likely full of shit, everybody calms down and gets back to the class. In the book, additionally, the trio talk about Trelawney's prophecy in regards to the black dog, and they speculate whether or not it has anything to do with Sirius Black, but they're unsure. Ron and Hermione then argue again, this time about Hermione finding divination more difficult, and this is where Hermione expresses disdain at the subject. Like in the movie, except of course we all know in the book it's actually because she isn't that skilled at it. They actually somewhat adapt this in the movie because it's on the way to Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. Mostly the part about Hermione condemning Trelawney's class as rubbish. Otherwise, in the book, Ron and Hermione aren't speaking to each other on the way over. Now, in both mutual versions, the trio are attending this class with the Slytherins because Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle show up. Hagrid in both versions is waiting for all the students by his hut, with Fang at his side. Well, actually, in the movie, fang cannot be seen. So I suppose that's a teeny tiny difference. Hagrid is visibly excited, eager to show them all what he calls a special treat. So in both versions, Hagrid leads both the Gryffindors and Slytherins into a paddock, more or less, described as seeming mostly empty. In both versions, Draco Malfoy, unenthused to be attending a class ran by Hagrid, snarkily asks when Hagrid tells them to open their dangerous books how they're supposed to do that. To be fair to Malfoy, the books are such a hazard, and you know, I see that they're a gimmick for this part of the story. But where's the practicality in all this? Isn't there some in-universe precautions? I don't know, but moving on, Hagrid responds that they're supposed to stroke the books, saying it as if it's incredibly obvious. Malfoy, of course, continues to sneer being given books that try to rip their hands off. And we can see Harry snaps at Malfoy to shut up. Now, there's also this part where Malfoy and his boys get cocky and scare him by telling him that there's a Dementor nearby. Or at least he scares them briefly in the movie. In both mutual versions, Hagrid presents a magical creature to the class. Now in the book, there's actually a few attached to the chains that Hagrid shows to the class, while in the movie he only shows one, Let Loose. Hagrid asks for a volunteer for one of them to interact with the creature known as the Hippogriff. And again, another small change between book and film is that in the film, everybody except Harry steps back, not daring to go near the thing, with Harry clearly not thinking to step back along with everyone else. You probably know that kind of trope I'm talking about. However, in the book, Harry willingly volunteers to know the Hippogriff, or hippogriffs, whatever. So the specific hippogriff Harry interacts with is called Buckbeak. And basically, Harry is instructed to bow before Buckbeak, to where Buckbeak eventually does the same, indicating that it's okay to touch him. The book specifically describes how Harry is cautious throughout the whole thing, and as you probably saw in the movie, it even goes as far to have Buckbeak fly Harry across the sky. And in the movie, it's done for spectacle. Now the book describes how different it is for Harry compared to a broomstick, but he manages to hold on until it flies down to the ground. Now what happens next has the same outcome, but it happens in two different ways. In the book, since there are other hippogriffs, the class takes their turns patting the creatures. It's stated that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle get Buckbeak, but Draco of course gets overly cocky, starts insulting the hippogriff casually, and then gets attacked by it. The movie's version has Malfoy be even more arrogant than his book counterpart by walking straight up to Buckbeak, talking shit, and being snarky, only to be attacked by it. And yeah, Draco Malfoy's reaction is pretty similar, as he openly cries out that he's dying.
What a baby.
Despite Hagrid's assurances that he'll be fine. And basically, Malfoy has to be medically evacuated, and the class is effectively over. So yeah, the book describes how the Slytherins are all on Malfoy's side, with Pansy Parkinson crying for Malfoy, while the Gryffindors jump to Hagrid's defense, because it was obviously Malfoy's fault with his overly cocky nature. So after this, at least in the book, after failing to concentrate with homework at Gryffindor Tower, the trio decide to go see Hagrid. And Hagrid in his hut is completely miserable. Malfoy is complaining like a bitch that despite Madame Pomfrey's efforts, Malfoy says that he's still terribly injured. It's obvious that he's completely exaggerated his injury beyond measure. Basically, to make a long story short, Hagrid suspects that he's facing being sacked. And despite the trio saying that they'll back him up to Dumbledore, he's still teary. And then afterwards, Hagrid suddenly realizes that they've gone out after hours and snaps at Harry that he can't go out with Sirius Black on the loose again. So that's chapter 6 as a whole. I'm gonna be real. This is a faithful translation from book to screen as I'm comparing it. But I still don't enjoy the movie. Compared to the first two films, there's something about the paddock especially that feels kind of off in the way the movie is shot. It's that same inconsistent directing style going from Chris Columbus to the Mexican dude. I will say for the general story's sake that Malfoy still manages to reach new lows and gives you a new reason to hate him, despite everything he's already done. In fact, this might be him at his lowest so far, trying to get Hagrid sacked out of sheer spite. And it's like, you don't quite imagine Malfoy, as detestable as he is in general, stooping to new lows. But I suppose I like it when I can be surprised by a character I already don't like, going even lower. I also have to say that in the book's sake, the aftermath of the Hippogriff's attack has severe consequences for Hagrid. But we'll get to that. So with that being said, let's get on to Chapter 7, titled The Boggart in the Wardrobe. If you've seen the movie, you know what this part will be about. In line with the movie's depiction of Malfoy being overly dramatic in the Great Hall, the book has Malfoy act as much after arriving at the Gryffindor and Slytherin potions class halfway through. The book specifically describing him as acting like the heroic survivor of a great battle. Pansy Parkinson, who at this rate is Malfoy's love interest, asks him if it hurts anywhere, to where Malfoy feigns his injury. Again, while winking at Crabbe and Goyle when she was looking away, Snape's reaction is one of indifference, given he lets Malfoy get away with anything in his class. The book, to its credit, does everything to inconvenience Harry and friends. For example, Ron is forced to cut up Malfoy's roots when Malfoy complains about requiring assistance given he's only got one good arm. Allegedly. When Ron eventually complies by cutting up the roots improperly, Snape forces Ron to switch roots and go again. I can say at the very least that Snape didn't detract points from Gryffindor. While Harry is forced to do Malfoy another favor for the potions class, Malfoy taunts him by bringing up Hagrid, fully letting out his intentions to get Hagrid sacked, bragging about how his dad's got a lot of influence. Neville's also screwing up his potion, and much to his dismay, Snape absolutely rips into him. He even states that they'll test the potion Neville unknowingly created on his toad, and they'll see if that'll teach him to brew properly. Now, something that's depicted in both book and film, albeit in different locations, as I indicated, is Seamus Finnegan sharing with Harry another sighting of Sirius Black. The book explains that it was a muggle that spotted him, and she obviously called the authorities, but by the time the ministry arrived, he was gone. Anyways, afterwards, Malfoy slips some information about Sirius Black to Harry. Not politely, of course, but he suggests to Harry that he'd want to seek revenge, but doesn't reveal much more than that before the class is over. When class is almost over, however, Snape tests Neville's potion out on his pet toad Trevor, but it ends up working as intended, thanks to Hermione signaling him instructions. So Snape coldly removes 5 points from Gryffindor, but let's be real, he would have detracted some points anyways, it's in his nature. In the book, we also get another hint of Hermione mysteriously catching up with Ron and Harry after class. And Ron questions how she can have all these classes on the same day, especially since Defense Against the Dark Arts is the last class of the day. Aside from that, let's get into the depiction of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. In the movie, after the newspaper update with Sirius Black, the film cuts straight to the middle of Professor Lupin's class with the titular Boggart. The book describes, in fact, how Lupin did not arrive straight away when it was class time, but everyone regardless pulled out their school books and parchment while they waited. Now, while first impressions on this teacher are not exactly the best, we'll find out that Lupin is very sympathetic and empathetic, and there's a good reason for his constant shabbiness. This time, he's described as looking better than what he looked like on the Hogwarts Express, and much healthier too. He tells everyone to put away their books, telling them it's a practical lesson today, and they will all need their wands. This information gives the students some curiosity on what they'll be doing today. He leads them out of the classroom, where they encounter Peeves the Poltergeist. Remember him? Unlike other teachers, he completely mocks Lupin, singing a derogatory song about him, until Lupin gets him to bugger off. He takes them across the hallway into a staff room, where Professor Snape, realizing what Lupin is about to do, leaves the room. So yeah, this is the whole setup for the titular Boggart. Although I suppose in the movie, this all takes place in the regular Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Anyways, in the book, before Snape leaves, he makes another snarky remark about Neville, who now has a class with Lupin, as Lupin begins the class. Now in both versions, we get the introduction of what a Boggart is. Hermione in both versions correctly identifies what it is and what it can do. Boggarts are shapeshifters that take the form of a person's greatest fear. nobody knows what a boggart truly looks like, and an extra detail in the book is that it's best to confront a boggart in numbers, since it tends to focus on one person's specific fears, and it won't know what form to change into if there's numerous people to confront it. However, the solution to facing a boggart is simple: laughter, as Lupin describes it. If they can cast a spell known as Ridiculous, ironically named enough, the boggart would transform into something silly and deter fear away from the affected. So after getting his students to state the phrase without wands, he finally lines them all up to get into the action. So in both book and film, Neville goes first, as via Lupin's suggestion. Neville, when asked about what he fears most, is hesitant to admit it, but he reveals that he fears Professor Snape the most. And while most of everyone laughs, Lupin is completely understanding and tells Neville to spin his fear on his head by imagining his grandmother and the clothes she wears, and then applying it onto the boggart. The dialogue is pretty accurate here too, and I can say this is all faithfully adapted from the book. Anyways, that boggart comes out of the wardrobe. Book Lupin also tells everyone to prepare for the boggart by imagining a silly version of what they fear most. Harry in particular figures he's scared of Lord Voldemort at full power the most, but then he realizes he's fearful of the Dementors the most. So in both versions, Neville goes first, with Professor Snape emerging from the closet and approaching him menacingly. At least until Neville forces him to wear his grandmother's clothes on him. Yeah, I don't think anyone can take Snape seriously ever again. The movie depicts both Ron and Parvati Patil's fears, which a change they made to the source material was by making Parvati's fear a snake, whereas in the book it's a mummy. However, if there's anything the movie changed, it's in relation to Harry confronting his fear. If you've seen the movie, the boggart turns into a Dementor, and Lupin has to get in the way, to which the boggart transforms into the moon surrounded by clouds in the night sky, which he quickly shrugs away. Now, while this moment with the moon happens in the book, the part that's changed is that Harry never gets to see the boggart turn into a Dementor, as Lupin stops him before it's his turn. As interesting as a change as it is, it's inconsequential. I suppose because Book Lupin already know Harry was terrified of Dementors. Regardless, the book version closes with all the characters approving of Lupin as a teacher. Probably the best out of the three they've had so far. Quirrell turned out to be a sleeper agent, more or less. Lockhart, while understanding the art of plagiarism, which I admire, was narcissistic and egotistical. But Lupin is an actual, normal teacher, or as normal as a wizard could be, but you get the point. Now that was Harry's session with Lupin. I remember when I was sharing the class with Phony Filoni, the boggart for him turned out to be a pink slip that told him he would no longer be working on Star Wars. And as for me, I got... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I did not want to be reminded that Rian Johnson was out for me. But overall, Lupin seems to be a vast improvement over the last two. And that's the vibe you get. So my thoughts. I'm happy with this chapter. It's a creative idea, to have a creature that turns into your worst nightmare and demonstrating everyone's separate fears. Like seriously, seeing Dave Filoni be afraid of a pink slip of all things was hilarious. And it kind of demonstrates that if he was not working on Star Wars, he would not have anything. With all that being said, the movie version suffers from the same criticisms. Although it does adapt the scene faithfully enough, but with that being said, let's get on with the story. Chapter 8 is titled Flight of the Fat Lady, which obviously indicates that it'll have something to do with the Gryffindor portrait guard, the Fat Lady, but we'll see soon enough. The book opens by describing how Defense Against the Dark Arts became everyone's favorite class overnight, except for Draco Malfoy and his band of Slytherins, of course. After Boggarts, they study numerous different creatures like Redcaps and Cabbers, and hey, something you may have been wondering if you only watched the movie, how Snape potentially reacted to Neville's spell was not pleasant whatsoever in the book, as he gave Neville an even harder time once the news spread like wildfire. Aside from potions being as miserable as ever, Harry also disliked Professor Trelawney's classes. Nobody also seemed to like the Care of Magical Creatures class, unfortunately for Hagrid. And aside from that, the Quidditch season was approaching. Oliver Wood in particular is having his 7th and final year at Hogwarts, and that means that it's his last year as Quidditch captain too. And more now than ever, he is dedicated to giving the Gryffindor team a complete victory at the Quidditch Cup, given it's his last chance as captain. On top of Harry's injuries, as well as the tournament getting called off last year, thanks to Tom Riddle and that godforsaken diary. Anyways, Oliver places an emphasis about how it's their last year to win the Quidditch Cup for their house. Thus cue the Rocky training montage, as the Gryffindors work extra hard when they have practice time. Presumably thanks to the Dementors, the winter is getting colder and more miserable. And upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry is reminded by his two friends that he won't be able to go to Hogsmeade. Ron suggests asking Professor McGonagall for permission, and Harry decides that he might as well. It's his last chance, as Ron and Hermione start arguing again over their respective pets. Ron feels like he has to keep Scabbers safe from Crookshanks, and the two rip on each other and argue once again. After Crookshanks starts chasing Scabbers around, Ron gets angry enough not to talk to Hermione again the next day, such as during Professor Sprout's class. Now it's after this that we return to the movie, where there's a line to go to Hogsmeade, and Harry is going to attempt to argue his case to Professor McGonagall. In the book, this all takes place in her Transfiguration class, while the movie takes place in the center of the castle. But either way, Harry tries to ask Professor McGonagall to give him permission. In both versions, albeit with differing dialogue, Professor McGonagall shuts him down and states that if his uncle and aunt didn't sign the form, he can't go. End of story. So yeah, Harry in the book particularly is bummed out that he can't go, despite his friend's efforts to cheer him up. Dean Thomas does actually offer to forge Uncle Vernon's signature with a magic pen he has, but since Harry already told McGonagall, it's no use. Besides, I imagine that given the other characters he told, he would be caught eventually. Now, despite Harry using it later, Hermione stomps down the idea of using the invisibility cloak, noting that Dementors can see right through them. Now, I should mention that in the structure of the movie, it cuts straight to everyone else leaving for Hogsmeade, while Harry talks to Professor Lupin. But in the book, as you may have guessed, at least a day passes before the visit to Hogsmeade. Harry miserably wakes up and goes to the Great Hall for breakfast. Exclusive to the book is Malfoy's reaction to Potter staying at Hogwarts, to which Malfoy taunts him about being scared of Dementors, to which Harry ignores him, and proceeds to go back to Gryffindor Tower, where a bunch of first and second years, plus some older students who have already been to Hogsmeade, and the novelty has worn off, Harry being the only third year there. Now, while his only film appearance is the Chamber of Secrets more or less, the book has Colin Creevey pester Harry again. Colin offers Harry to sit with him and his friends, and Harry makes the split-second excuse that he's got to get some work done in the library, resulting in him having to leave the Gryffindor common room and go straight to the library. Although he changes his mind mid-journey, and after having to deal with a suspicious Filch, Harry stumbles across Professor Lupin. Now, I mentioned that the movie also has a conversation with Lupin, but obviously with a different setup. Basically, in the book exclusively, Lupin invites Harry into his class, elaborating that he's preparing some Grinaldos for the next dark arts class. So after giving Harry some tea, the two sit down to chat. Now, Lupin asks Harry if he's worried about things, to which Harry asks Lupin, now that it's occurred to him, why he didn't let him fight the boggart. This is where we return to the movie, albeit in a different area of the castle where Lupin replies. Or in the movie's case, opens that it was because he assumed it would take the form of Lord Voldemort. And keep in mind, Lupin says the Dark Lord's name loud and clear. Although movie Harry has no such reaction to this. In both versions in practically identical dialogue, Lupin states that what Harry must fear is fear itself. Now in the book, they're interrupted by Severus Snape, who delivers a potion to Lupin. Although he clearly doesn't like either Lupin or Harry. The latter knows shit, and it's obvious that Snape and Lupin know each other from the past, although it's unclear what it is. Now Lupin proceeds to drink the potion Snape gave him, and Harry starts blurting out that Snape is interested in the dark arts. Lupin ignores his statement, and then dismisses him off, before we transfer to the next scene. Now, in the movie, there is no such interruption, and they give us all the necessary dialogue in one scene. Harry recalls how he at first thought the boggart would be Voldemort, but after encountering the Dementor, he heard the voice of a woman screaming, whom he speculates to be his mother. And it's here in the film context where Lupin recalls both his mother and his father, to where he tells Harry that his mother had the ability to see the good in everyone, even if they could not themselves. And his father, he was a troublemaker, and both seem to have genetically influenced Harry in some way. Before they close the scene with Lupin telling Harry that he's more like his parents than he thinks. So in the book, Ron and Hermione show up later in the afternoon, all excited about their trip to Hogsmeade. From the sound of things, they went everywhere in the village, and brought Harry back some sweets from Honeydukes, and the mention of the iconic butterbeer. Fun story, actually. I went to a Universal Studios, I think, in Orlando, and had a try of the butterbeer. It wasn't actually half bad, if that was supposed to be the canonical taste of it. But anyways, Harry states what he saw with Snape bring Lupin a potion, and they get suspicious of Snape once again while going to the Great Hall for the annual feast. What Harry does notice is Snape staring at Lupin more than anyone else. With all that being said, all the ghosts pop up to give some entertainment. Now, on the way back to Gryffindor Tower, and this is something the film depicts right after the chat with Lupin, is the Gryffindor fat lady going missing. She's not in the portrait like she usually is. Percy, as head boy, tries to keep everything under control, but the headmaster is called quickly, and in both versions, Dumbledore shows up to investigate. The portrait itself has been greatly slashed open. Now, a small difference is how they spot the fat lady. In the book, Peeves the poltergeist directs them to the wildlife portrait on the 4th floor, while in the movie, with the exemption of Peeves, it's actually Filch that spots her up above in the same painting. Either way, it's eventually revealed, albeit through different characters, that Sirius Black is in the castle. And that's how we end Chapter 8. Now, the film criticism still applies here. It feels incredibly rushed, and it's awkward going from the scene where Harry talks to Lupin to the scene where the fat lady goes missing briefly. Plus, there's no real build-up or compelling music to go with the revelation that Sirius Black is in Hogwarts Castle. Seriously, if that was one moment the movie needed to make the audience shit themselves, it was a missed opportunity. But on the book side, while the fat lady doesn't have much relevance in the chapter until the end, there's actual build-up to everything, especially the fat lady going missing scene. And while Peeves may be an odd character to reveal a bombshell, it's described in the book that Peeves was actually embellishing it, given he's one for pranks and troublemaking. So bottom line, good book chapter, underwhelming film sequence. Now I think it's time to move on to the next chapter, titled Grim Defeat. I see no point in wasting everyone's time, so let's get into it. So in the aftermath of Sirius Black trespassing into Hogwarts, the students from every house is summoned to the Great Hall, with Dumbledore announcing that they'll all have to sleep as a collective in the Great Hall, while the staff does a sweep of the castle. The prefects are expected to act as lookouts, before Dumbledore uses some magic to set the tables in the Great Hall aside, and summons enough sleeping bags on the ground for everyone. So yeah, the Gryffindors catch everyone up to speed on what's going on. And really the only person who didn't care was me. The news that Sirius Black got out only confirmed one thing. Rian Johnson was more than capable of infiltrating the castle too. I have to wonder if they both helped each other escape Azkaban at this rate. I picked a sleeping spot as far away from Dave Filoni as possible, instead grouping up with the other Ravenclaws and by extension Hufflepuffs. So anyways, everyone speculates the same thing. How did he get in? We get countless different speculations from different students, before Hermione points out, being the only one to have read Hogwarts A History, that there are countless enchantments on Hogwarts that prevent apparitions and conventional means of stealth to get in. So anyways, when it comes to what the movie shows, the movie presents the teachers locking the front gate shut, and basically an identical picture to what the book gave, with all students sleeping in the Great Hall. Now, the book states that all of this took place around 3 in the morning, as most students managed to get sleep, and we get Professor Dumbledore approaching. Aside from Dumbledore telling Percy that he'll manage to get all the Gryffindor students in their common room tomorrow, where in the movie he tells Snape this, the movie adapting the scene has the exchange be solely between Dumbledore and Snape. Now the dialogue is actually pretty similar, all things considered. All the areas of the castle have been thoroughly searched, as well as Snape asking Dumbledore if he has any theories about how he managed to get in. But Dumbledore responds that all his theories are all as unlikely as the next, which I think says something, as even Dumbledore can't figure out how the hell Sirius managed to sneak in. Snape indirectly accuses another teacher of helping Sirius Black get in, although Dumbledore quickly shuts him down, and that's an interesting development, especially for later. I mean, to be fair to Snape at this point, that's not outside the realms of possibility, given Quirrell was literally the Dark Lord's infiltrator and sleeper agent. Now this is where the scene in both the book and the film both end. The book progresses by stating that Sirius Black's break-in became the talk of the school for the next few days. Hannah Abbott, a recurring Hufflepuff character, starts spreading rumors about how Sirius could disguise himself as a plant. Meanwhile, the portrait hole that granted access to Gryffindor Tower was replaced by that Sir Cadogan, the knight in the painting Harry encountered earlier when he was making his way to Professor Trelawney's class. It's stated that the Gryffindors really did not like the prospect of Cadogan replacing the fat lady. Cadogan is described as challenging everyone to duels, and coming up with absurdly complicated and hard to remember passwords that he changed twice a day. As annoying as this is, he was the only one who was brave enough to take the fat lady's job while she's recovering from distress. So on top of this, Harry is being watched by numerous teachers with a close eye. Professor McGonagall even considers restricting Harry's Quidditch practice to the open day, to which he is able to convince her that he needs the extra practice to win the Quidditch Cup once and for all. Although under the condition that Madam Hooch inspect him during practice. Although during practice itself, Oliver Wood's got some unfortunate news. Unlike tradition, they're not playing against Slytherin for the first match. They're playing Hufflepuff.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Yeah, it turns out Malfoy's completely faked injury is being turned on its head, where the Slytherins managed to chicken out of playing against the Gryffindors in severe weather. If they play later, they'll have better odds. So with that being said, Slytherin has gone out of their way to make everyone's lives worse. Oliver Wood is just as frustrated as Harry is, because they've been practicing their moves, assuming they're going up against typical Slytherin tactics. But nope, they've got the fair play guys to go up against, including their new team member, Cedric Diggory. Keep him in mind for the next entry. Foreshadowing the next book, Cedric Diggory is thought of to be a handsome and good-looking boy who all the girls blush over. Oliver Wood sees him as a viable threat, because not only are they playing in bad conditions, but also the fact that Cedric is a competent seeker. Anyways, cut to the day before the big match against Hufflepuff. It's raining hard. Oliver Wood, in fact, is running all across Hogwarts to give last-minute tips to his teammates, including Harry, who ends up being late for Defense Against the Dark Arts because he was listening to Wood blabber on for a solid 10 minutes. I'm not joking. He then rushes in to apologize to Professor Lupin, except it turns out Snape took the class. He retracts 10 points from Gryffindor for being 10 minutes late, which to be fair, that was reasonable. Now this is where we return to the movie, as the Dark Arts class with Snape takes place right after the one with the Hogwarts students sleeping in the Great Hall after Sirius Black got in. Now with that being said, Alan Rickman makes his character's presence known by straight up marching into the class in the film version, closing windows with magic, and immediately telling everyone to turn to page 394. So in this version, Harry wasn't late for class. In both versions, Snape starts the class on werewolves. In both versions, it's made clear that Snape is forcing the class to go to a more advanced topic. And he explicitly states in the book that Lupin more or less has gone soft on the class, teaching them topics that baseline first years could do. In both mutual versions, Hermione keeps speaking out of turn, protesting that they're not supposed to be doing werewolves yet. Snape doesn't care and forces them to turn to that page anyways. like in the movie. Now, the general vibe between both versions is that Professor Snape is a more restrictive, hard-ass teacher who wishes to take the class off track, which isn't enough to deter Hermione, whose hand is still shot up in the air when he asks for the difference between a were and true wolf. Well, actually in the movie, it's an animagus, not a true wolf. But regardless, Hermione speaks out of term again in both versions, trying to list differences before being cut off by Snape and having 5 more points retracted from Gryffindor. Exclusive to the book is Ron jumping to Hermione's defense, although all he gets is detention for speaking up. So in the book, the class is dead silent for the rest of the session, with Snape ripping on the way Lupin taught the class. So yeah, by the time the bell rings, Snape demands a lengthy essay about killing werewolves before he lets everyone, minus Ron, off. Leaving the class, Harry and Hermione rant about Snape and how unfair he's being towards Lupin, noting that even though he wanted the job, he was never this antagonistic towards the 2 teachers before Lupin. And that's considering the fact that he threatened Quirrell and saw Lockhart as a complete arse clown. Ron, as soon as he catches up, is furious at his punishment that includes cleaning pans without magic. Now, I should note that exclusive to the movie, they close the scene with Harry getting a drawing from Malfoy that depicts him screwing up the Quidditch match happening tomorrow. And that's the movie's way of transitioning to the Quidditch match. So in the book, he's rudely awakened at 4 in the morning by Peeves the poltergeist the next day. After telling Peeves to piss off, he has to try and sleep the rest of the way. He spends several hours by the fireplace until morning, in which he gets breakfast early, and they all prepare for the match. It's still pissing rain like crazy, and Oliver Wood does yet another speech for the Quidditch Cup match. So with that being said, this is where we return to the film, which begins in the middle of the Quidditch match. They maintain the detail of the match being against Hufflepuff, which of course is unexplained in the film. The movie scene happens in another rush sequence of Harry going high in the sky, meeting a Dementor, and falling all the way back down to the ground, crashing hard. Now, if I seem like I'm overgeneralizing this scene, it's because of the rush pacing I've criticized this film for. And it's not a benefit. Again, an extra 20 minutes could have done a whole lot. Now, the book describes what we see in the film more or less, although in more perspective detail. Harry's glasses are drenched and he's finding it harder to see, and even balance on his Nimbus 2000. Exclusive to the book is Harry after a while being called down after a timeout by Wood. And Hermione assists Harry by making his glasses waterproof. So anyways, he goes looking for the snitch and briefly sees the scary dog up in the sky, which causes him to lose balance for a few seconds. After regaining it, he spots the Hufflepuff seeker Cedric Diggory chasing the snitch, and he follows suit until the area goes dead silent. The cheering is quiet, and the rain is quiet, and he notices nearly 100 Dementors below him. And in the book exclusively, he hears his mother's screams again. This time more clearly hearing for her plead for Harry's life in front of Voldemort. But in both mutual versions, he is swarmed by Dementors and ends up falling to the ground, with movie Dumbledore using a verbal spell to break his fall. With that being said, we then cut to the hospital wing in both versions, with Harry waking up to his friends and most of his team, minus Oliver Wood, who's explained to be in the shower trying to drown out the loss in the book specifically. So yeah, Hufflepuff won. Cedric Diggory caught the snitch, and Harry, at least in the book, is devastated that he directly lost a Quidditch match for the first time ever. So aside from the book describing what the movie showed with Dumbledore saving Harry and shooing the Dementors away, Harry asks quickly what happened to his Nimbus 2000, and thus the bad news. It's been completely destroyed. Yeah, in both versions, the broom landed in the worst place possible, the Whomping Willow, and the Willow made short work of the broom upon contact. So yeah, aside from the book exclusive detail that Professor Flitwick was able to retrieve what was left of it, the brooms don't. Now, a varying difference that will come around later between both versions is the state of the broom. In the book, it's mere splinters, with no chance of being repaired whatsoever, as Hermione dreadfully spills the pieces out of a bag in front of Harry. In the movie, however, it's changed so that Ron holds out a mostly intact, but undoubtedly broken broom. Now, having experienced both versions, this change was done for the sake of time, as obviously a movie has a disadvantage of time in comparison to the book, but we'll discuss more of this later. Aside from the same problems persisting in the movie, my opinion on the book counterpart is much more positive. The added detail that Draco Malfoy is completely screwed over Gryffindor in pursuit of the Quidditch Cup, and in general, Malfoy's faked injury, is a far more imposing plot point in the book. Even though it's a secondary plot point, I can't help but remember how much more something like Ron's wand breaking in the last movie played more of a noticeable factor in the story than Draco Malfoy's faked injury in this movie, which, dare I say, is another reason I wish the movie extended its runtime. Whether you want to argue that they wanted to pace it more tightly for an adaptation of a book, especially from a series that's getting longer in length, all the time is needed. I don't think they needed to split this movie into 2 parts, but for the abridged story they wanted to tell, it needed more time, as I've been preaching endlessly. Since I don't have anything more original to say, let's move on. That's the end of Chapter 9, and now we are about to move on to Chapter 10, titled The Marauder's Map, and this is probably one of the most significant chapters in both the book and its parallel scenes in the movie. I noticed on the Harry Potter shop that they have a bunch of merch based on the titular MacGuffin, and it's something that would be nice to have in real life, but I digress. So the book explains that Madame Pomfrey insisted on having Harry in the hospital wing for the rest of the weekend. He didn't complain, but he wouldn't allow her to get rid of his shattered Nimbus 2000. He's still attached to the thing, despite it being in pieces. Over the course of all of this, he gets a bunch of visitors, from Hagrid to Ginny, the Gryffindor Quidditch team, including Wood this time, then his 2 friends. Something interesting to note is how Harry doesn't tell his friends about the sight of the dog before he fell off his broom, figuring they'd worry too much if they knew that he saw that dreaded thing for the 2nd time in a row. He's also super embarrassed at having collapsed again when it came to close contact with a Dementor. Knowing who the screaming voice was made him uneasy, and during classes, he had to put up with Draco Malfoy's cocky arrogance. He in particular was over the moon on Gryffindor's defeat, and not even the fact that he's putting on the act of recovering from his exaggerated fake injuries is doing Harry any better, because now he's using both arms to imitate Harry. During potions class, he pushes Ron over the edge, to which he throws some substances at him, only resulting in 50 points taken from Gryffindor, because you know the kind of biased teacher Snape is in general. Anyways, for defense against the dark arts, they've got Lupin back fortunately, and he proclaims that they won't have to do the essay Snape assigned them, to the relief of everyone except Hermione, because she had already done it. Anyways, the lesson itself is described as enjoyable, with Lupin bringing in a creature known as a hinky punk, a bunch of inconsequential world building later, and the bell rings, with everyone headed out, although Lupin calls Harry to stay. And this is where we return to the movie, with Lupin speaking to Harry after the Quidditch match. This is the adjacent scene in the movie, with Harry and Lupin walking across the woods outside Hogwarts to talk about crap, but in the book, this all takes place in Lupin's classroom. In both versions, Lupin takes pity on Harry's Nimbus 2000, and in the book exclusively, mentioned that they planted the Whomping Willow the same year he came to Hogwarts, and that all the students played a game to try and touch the trunk before escaping. Now in both versions, Lupin and Harry talk about the second Dementor attack, with Lupin explaining that the Dementors can affect Harry more than most, because Harry has met true tragedy in his life. It is mentioned in the book also that Muggles cannot see Dementors in close proximity, but they can certainly feel them. I thought I'd bring this random book detail up because it plays a small part 2 books later. Anyhow, Lupin regardless tries to assure Harry that given the most amount of tragedy in his life, anyone else would have succumbed to the Dementors as he had. In the book, we also get an explanation of why the Dementors came into the school grounds, and Lupin says for the most part, because they were hungry for human happiness to suck on, with any potential targets going dry. Anyways, with that being said, Harry wishes to learn how to fight off the Dementors, and Lupin does explain in both mutual versions that the more Dementors there are, the harder it is to fight them off. With the book exclusive detail that in Azkaban, the Dementors typically consume the prisoners and make them go mad within weeks. So how Sirius Black managed to get out and overpower the Dementors is unknown. Regardless, in both versions, Lupin agrees to teach Harry, but it'll have to be after the holidays. So anyhow, after this, the book describes how Hufflepuff completely botched their match against Ravenclaw, meaning that Gryffindor still stands a chance after all. And on top of the prospect of fighting off the Dementors once and for all, there is hope for the future. So basically a lot of snow peppers all around as December arrives, and for the holidays, both Hermione and Ron are staying at Hogwarts to keep Harry company. On the last weekend of term, there is to be another trip to Hogsmeade. So while Harry is envious of the fact that he's the only third year who can't go, he instead reads up on Quidditch strategies. This is where we return to the movie. You see, in the scene after Lupin promises to teach Harry about fending off Dementors, we cut to the snowy December, where we see Harry envious he cannot go to Hogsmeade once again. Although he decides that maybe he'll sneak in. This is the movie's excuse to get Fred and George involved as they grab him and escort him to a back area. In the book, however, there's no such attempt. Fred and George deliberately seek him out to give him what they call a Christmas present. Now, with those two differing setups, in both versions, they both assert that Harry's needs are greater than theirs, and thus they are giving him the Marauders map. Hence the chapter title. They stole the Marauders map from Filch, who had it confiscated, and they managed to figure out how to work it. So yeah, they have to tap the map, state bluntly, and I quote, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and the map reveals itself to have moving ink. The map itself has been created by those calling themselves Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, although they are obviously aliases. So Harry observes that the Marauders map has a track on everyone in the Hogwarts castle, and both versions share the detail that Dumbledore is pacing around his office, like I usually do across my place. Harry is directed to a path that leads outside the castle to the Honeydew shop in Hogsmeade. The dialogue is pretty spot on, down to Fred and George exclaiming how much they owe so much to the mysterious creators of the Marauders map. So aside from being told to say mischief managed when making the ink on the parchment disappear, Fred and George are off, and Harry is pretty excited at the opportunities when it comes to Hogsmeade now. To summarize what happens next, he makes it to a passageway all the way to Honeydukes. The book does describe the specific actions taken, but you probably don't want to hear it. It's not very important anyways. Returning to the movie, Harry sneaks into Honeydukes through a trapdoor in the floor, and in both versions he ends up in an underground cellar, with a wooden staircase leading up. Now, Harry in the film version brought his invisibility cloak, while his book counterpart didn't bring it. I say this because the movie depicts him going upstairs with the cloak and stealing a lollipop from Neville Longbottom. How rude. Regardless, Honeydukes is as described in the book, full of all the sweets in the world. In the book exclusively, Harry sneaks up behind Ron and Hermione, and after surprising him, he fills them in on the Marauders map. Hermione wants Harry to hand it in, while Ron advises against that. And aside from that, they do speculate on Sirius Black. The book also has the added detail of how Dementors will patrol Hogsmeade at nightfall. After all that, we get the 3 broomsticks in which Harry gets a taste of butterbeer. Now in the movie, the alternate setup to getting Harry meeting up with his friends includes the pair of them looking at the Shrieking Shack, right until Draco Malfoy and his 2 sidekicks Crabbe and Goyle show up to give them the business. That is until Harry in the invisibility cloak starts performing slapstick antics on them, including decking Crabbe and being an unseen nuisance to all 3 of them. Now, I do have the gripe of film Harry potentially revealing his secret cloak to his enemies, but aside from that, his unseen attack is enough to scare Malfoy and his boys off like wimps. Regardless, this leads to the same scene. After meeting up, they of course go into the 3 broomsticks inn, like in the book, and some unexpected guests come in too. That includes Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Now in the book, Harry hides out of sight under one of the tables to avoid being seen, while in the movie they just go with the invisibility cloak. Either way of spying aside, there's a conversation between the characters. I should note that Professor Flitwick is in this conversation too in the book, but in the movie, it's just McGonagall, Fudge, and Madame Rosmerta. the owner of the 3 broomsticks. In both versions, the group start discussing Sirius Black and let out some bombshells, after speculating that Sirius Black is probably still in the area. Well, through the conversation, it's revealed with Harry eavesdropping that Sirius Black was actually a close friend of his father, James Potter, when they were at school, and James trusted Sirius Black immeasurably, to the point that he was the best man at James and Lily's wedding, and even named Harry's godfather. And there we get more details. James and Lily, as it turns out, knew that Voldemort was after them, and only a few knew about the whereabouts of the pair, as well as the infant Harry. Now, James trusted Sirius immensely, and as it turns out, that trust was misplaced, since someone was clearly feeding the Dark Lord information from within the Potter's inner circle. So as we all know, the Dark Lord fell that day, and Sirius had no choice but to run for it. Hagrid exclusively in the book gets aggressive recalling Sirius Black, how he unknowingly comforted the traitor the night that Harry's parents were murdered, and used his bike to deliver Harry, as was demonstrated in the prologue to the whole series. Hagrid also mentions that Sirius tried to insist for the infant Harry, being his godfather and all, but Hagrid, having orders straight from Dumbledore, refused, and told Black that he's meant to go with the Dursleys. Rosmerta then remarks that the next day, the Wizarding authorities caught up with Black. There's also a mention of a certain Peter Pettigrew, a short, stubby, overweight dude who also attended school alongside James and Sirius, looking up to them both greatly. Well, apparently Pettigrew confronted Black and tried to take him head on to bring him to justice. But Black was the faster draw and blew Pettigrew up in a Michael Bay fashion. Fudge in the book even recounts how back in the day, by the time he got to Black, the whole area was a crater, panicking muggles all around, and Sirius Black was laughing hysterically. All that was left of Peter Pettigrew was one of his fingers. And it's mentioned in the book he posthumously received the honor of the Order of Merlin for his sacrifice, something that made his mother feel better. A more interesting book-exclusive detail is Fudge mentioning that despite being one of the most closely guarded prisoners in Azkaban, he was still relatively sane enough to speak to Fudge when he came to visit him, in contrast with other prisoners who lost their minds. So yeah, that's where they wrap up the conversation and proceed to walk out of the inn in the book. Whereas the movie cuts to Harry running out of the inn, and that's actually where chapter 10 ends. Now, the Marauders map is a pretty overpowered item to give Harry admittingly, but so far it's used appropriately. The revelation about Sirius Black ratting out Harry's parents to the Dark Lord is a major bombshell, and despite them discussing it for a while, it manages to be engaging as they drip out more and more damning information. Now, as you might have noticed, Ron and Hermione witnessed the conversation alongside Harry in the book, while movie Harry heard the conversation alone, causing him to run out afterwards. My complaints about the movie's pacing still stands, and it completely soiled the reveal for me, given I watched the movie first. So with that being said, let's talk about the next chapter, Chapter 11, The Firebolt. Now, a quick heads up, aside from the end, the titular Firebolt is exclusive to the book, given the film went in a different direction. So naturally, since the film alters the event for the end, the film has Harry stroll out of the inn, pushing some quiet kids aside, as Ron and Hermione chase after him. They approach him weeping, and Hermione asks him what happened, to where Harry aggressively shouts that Sirius Black betrayed his parents, and they died because of him. And that he's super ready for Sirius to come to him, because when he does, he's going to kill him. All before the film awkwardly cuts to the seasons changing. Now, the problem with this is that the movie takes no time for all of this to sink in. It's the same rush pacing I'm talking about where they show events from the book, just without the emotional impact. I kept thinking how it would have been better to let the dialogue sink in for a few seconds, before fading to the end of the season with dark music or whatever, all before we transfer to the next scene. I don't know, that's just my advice, because the movie has done this often. Awkward cuts and leaving no time for things to sink in. It's pretty ineffective at getting me engaged. Anyways, on the book side of things, it describes how after making his way back to Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione kept their eye on Harry, not saying anything because Percy was in close proximity. After Fred and George dick around with some dung bombs, Harry quietly excuses himself to his bed and pulls out the photo book Hagrid gave him at the end of the first book. He flips through the pages until he gets to the one related to his parents' wedding day, and spots Sirius Black instantly, albeit not as shabby as he appeared in the Azkaban photos. Harry does think to himself if Black was already working for the Dark Lord when this picture was taken, but after trying to go to bed, Ron comes in, trying to talk to him, but Harry pretends he's asleep, and so Ron leaves. Harry is engulfed with hatred for Black. Anyways, the next day, it's the first day of the holidays, and most of everyone is gone. Both his friends tell him he doesn't look the best, and try to dissuade him into doing anything stupid. Harry then reveals what he hears whenever the Dementors are close, and then follows up with what they all heard, that Black isn't affected by the Dementors. And when asked by Hermione whether Harry will try to pursue Black, Harry doesn't answer, which sells the point across that he's highly considering it. Harry brings up what Malfoy said about going after Black, and speculates that Lucius must have told his son all of this, being part of Voldemort's inner circle and all. The point is well established that Harry is angry, and not thinking straight, as Hermione pleads with him not to go after Black, that his parents wouldn't want him to, although Harry cuts back that his parents are dead, so he wouldn't know what they would have wanted, as he never spoke to them once. Ron tries to change the subject by suggesting they visit Hagrid or play Wizard's chess, although Harry spins the first suggestion into an opportunity to question Hagrid about Sirius. Now before we move on, I have to say what a contrast this is with its film counterpart. Aside from staring at him, Ron and Hermione have no such verbal reaction to what Harry tells them. And this is a perfect example of using an extra 20 minutes to expand on what they decided to keep in, because I thought an opportunity to have a sorrow back and forth was completely wasted. We only get to see Harry's reaction. And in the movie, the next scene involves Professor Lupin and Harry. So it really does feel like the whole structure of the movie doesn't feel interconnected. So that aside, in the book, they go straight to Hagrid's hut while it's still snowing. They knock on the door and both Hagrid and Fang are upset. Hagrid crying and Fang moaning. I like how based on what happened earlier in the story, they might make you think that he's been sacked, although it turns out that's not the case, as the letter Hagrid's been given reads that Hagrid is not personally responsible for the incident, which means he won't be sacked. Sounds great, right? Yeah, well as you probably guessed, there's a catch. Buckbeak the Hippogriff is going to be put to death. Now I should note that the movie has its own version of this part of the book, where Hagrid throws rocks at the water and expositions what happened, although it's nowhere near as effective. Like the rest of the movie, the scene comes and goes without any room to breathe, and thus the presentation suffers. So with that being said, even with encouragement that Buckbeak can be proven as safe, Hagrid sadly points out that the load of judges are all in Lucius Malfoy's camp, and so they probably won't listen to him. Hagrid brings up how Dumbledore's done a lot for him already, and that he's facing his own problems with keeping the Dementors out and trying to catch Sirius Black. So in the book, the mention of Sirius Black makes Ron and Hermione look at Harry, expecting him to rip into Hagrid now for not mentioning Black. But Harry has a change of heart, deciding that now isn't the right time. So Hermione states that she's heard of a case where a hippogriff was provoked, just like with what happened with Malfoy, and she'll try to find that record as a defense for Hagrid's trial. So a bunch of encouragement later, Hagrid starts to calm down. Exclusive to the book, Hagrid is asked about his time in Azkaban, which happened last year when he was blamed for the Chamber of Secrets. He describes how horrible it was, feeling dead inside with no salvation. But then as soon as he was freed, he felt like he was born again, and all the happiness in the world came back to him. So yeah, that's the visit to Hagrid, with Harry deciding that revenge against Black shouldn't be brought up with Hagrid. So with that being said, the trio get to work on helping Hagrid's case, borrowing a bunch of books from the library and reading about cases similar to Hagrid's, although they don't get much accomplished with what they can find. So afterwards, on Christmas Day, Harry gets his presents. A scarlet jumper from Molly Weasley, as well as some Christmas food. Although, as the namesake of the chapter says, he gets a long, thin package, which turns out to be the Firebolt, the broom he had observed every day in Diagon Alley. However, something suspicious right off the bat is the fact that there is no Christmas card explaining whom it came from. Ron immediately speculates that it's from Dumbledore, before changing his mind and saying that it might be Lupin. One thing is for certain though, Draco Malfoy's going to cry like an absolute bitch when he sees that Harry's got a complete sex beast of a broom. One that makes his team's Nimbus 2001s crash into the World Trade Center on 9/11. Okay, that joke was in bad taste, I apologize. But to be honest, I couldn't help but think of that with a broom specifically numbered 2001. Anyways, Hermione's reaction is completely different. She is incredibly wary that someone sent Harry a firebolt without a card to explain it. Then another scuffle between Crookshanks and Scabbers happens, in which Harry notices that Scabbers is probably getting old, with the typically fat-ass rat getting skinnier with patches of fur loose. Anyways, Harry brings his brand new firebolt out into the Great Hall, with most of the staff at their own table, Dumbledore included, and he invites Harry and friends to sit with them. Lupin is absent, as he's missing under vague circumstances, in which you can tell Dumbledore and Snape know what's wrong with him, but not the students. I should probably also mention that Professor Trelawney has her usual psychic antics here. Anyways, around 2 hours later, Hermione then informs Professor McGonagall about the firebolt and the suspicious circumstances around it. So yeah, McGonagall ends up confiscating it, much to the dismay of Harry, in which the staff will check the broom is not jinxed before it can be returned to Harry. So yeah, Ron proceeds to rip on Hermione for telling the professor, although Hermione counters that the broom was probably sent by none other than Sirius Black. And thus we close chapter 11, and book-wise, we're roughly halfway through the story. So my thoughts. This was an almost book-exclusive chapter, since Harry isn't given a firebolt, at least not until the end of the movie, and this is one of the less important chapters, I'd argue. I see why the film mostly cut this out for a lack of relevance with the main story. However, it's perfectly suitable in progressing the story, so this chapter is simply okay in my eyes. Nothing more, nothing less. So anyhow, chapter 12 is titled The Patronus. You might remember how I mispronounced the word in my Philosopher's Stone review. Well, I've corrected that, and sorry for anyone who noticed. Anyhow, let's get on with it. So during the holidays, both Harry and Ron are angry at Hermione for getting rid of the firebolt, and for the time being, she avoids them by spending time in the library. Everyone else comes back shortly after, and Oliver Wood gives them a pep talk on some new strategies. And both Harry and Ron do inform him on the confiscated firebolt, and Oliver himself reasons that Sirius Black couldn't have brought a broom with the whole country looking for him. So Oliver says it'll try to convince Professor McGonagall to see sense. At least that's how he puts it. Classes start shortly after that, and Hagrid's class consists of maintaining fires alongside salamanders, a type of lizard creature. Then there's Professor Trelawney's class, in which she's teaching everyone palmistry, and annoys Harry with another bold prediction about his life being cut short. Then there's Defense Against the Dark Arts, where Lupin is reminded of his promise, and he schedules 8 o'clock on Thursday to teach him. There's a brief scene of Hermione trying to get Harry and Ron to speak to her, but they don't budge. So anyways, we return to the movie where exactly at the time scheduled, Harry goes to Professor Lupin's class. Now this is the next relevant scene after Harry states he's gonna kill Sirius Black. So with that being said, the dialogue from Lupin is pretty similar between both versions, as Lupin explains that what he's about to teach is incredibly advanced magic, well beyond the ordinary wizarding level, to quote him directly. The spell he's going to teach is named the Patronus Charm. A Patronus is sort of like a guardian shield, and if conjured, a Dementor will feed on the Patronus rather than the user who ejected the Patronus. The catch is that the wizard needs to come up with a memory, a very happy memory. Book Harry does ask what a Patronus looks like, with Lupin explaining that it's unique to each wizard. For example, my Patronus is a rat, presumably because I sold out Rian Johnson. You might be wondering if I've had any updates with Rian Johnson, and I just simply haven't. All the news is caught up with Sirius Black since he's the prisoner of Azkaban that everyone else actually gives a shit about. So I've had to rely on staying in the Ravenclaw common room in my spare time. Because if you've played Hogwarts Legacy, you might recall that a riddle is required to get in. And Rian Johnson was always terrible at riddles. Granted, I'm not very good at them either, but the point is that at the very least, it took a few minutes for me to correctly guess. Rian Johnson wouldn't have stood a chance, so I should be safe for now. It's also why I haven't been giving regular updates on what I've been doing throughout the year. I was mostly hiding in my house's common room and telling the purebloods about muggle shit. Okay, so with that being said, let's get back to Harry's story. So Harry, after being instructed to think of the happiest memory he knows, is described in the book as thinking of the first time he rode a broom, trying to specifically remember what the exhilaration was like. Okay, in the movie, after Harry's first attempt, he explains such a memory to Lupin, but let's get on with it. So they're gonna practice with a boggart. Weirdly enough, film Lupin only explains that it wasn't a real Dementor until after Harry's first attempt, which is kinda backwards. But ignoring that, Harry is about to try for the first time. Book Harry actually almost conjures a Patronus just before recounting the verbal phrase expecto patronum. So in both book and film, Harry's first attempt is a failed one, with the added detail in the book that he heard his mother's pleading voice again. But it all leads to the same thing. He collapsed. I am somewhat puzzled on how boggarts as shapeshifters are able to replicate the powers of a Dementor, but maybe that's just how they work. Just something I wanted to point out. Anyways, Lupin in both versions hands Harry some chocolate, and Harry is determined to try again, with the added context in the book that he might need it just in case the Dementors show up during the match with Ravenclaw. So Harry tries again, and in the movie, he succeeds with his second attempt, but in the book he fails again. He tried thinking of the time he won the House Cup for Gryffindor, but it was too weak of a memory, and the boggart overwhelms him again. This time, he actually hears his dad's voice, telling his mum to take Harry and go while he holds off the Dark Lord, although he doesn't last long. When he tells Lupin this after recovering, Lupin vaguely says that he knew James Potter, in which they were friends at Hogwarts. Book Harry persists in spite of that, and for his third attempt, he thinks of the time he found out he was a wizard, and found out he could have some time away from the Dursleys who mistreated him. This time, he puts up an effective Patronus, and Lupin is impressed, although Harry is exhausted after having done so. Now Lupin calls it there, and we get another interesting plot point, where Harry asks Lupin that if he knew his father, he must have known Sirius Black as well. Lupin responds that yes, he did know Sirius Black, or at least he thought he did, given what Sirius ended up being, before dismissing him and telling him that it's getting late. Now, when it comes to what the film shows, it's far more optimistic, as after Harry succeeds on his second attempt, Harry explains to Lupin that he thought of a memory concerning his parents. A memory he doesn't even know is real. I presume he's referring to his experience with the Mirror of Erised. Now, despite the two changing ways they close the scene, I prefer the book's version, like with the story in general. The reason I prefer the book's version is because I like the detail that Lupin knew Sirius Black, and it's building up to a later reveal. I thought the optimism of the film version, and Harry succeeding in his second attempt, doesn't play fair with the audience. And taking place immediately after Harry's vow of revenge against Sirius, it's the complete opposite tone. Harry, in fact, doesn't seem to show visible hatred towards Black for the rest of the film pretty much. I don't know. I just thought it was unwarranted in the structure of the film. So with that being said, Harry in the book does somewhat crave hearing his parents again, although he has to remind himself that he won't be able to produce a Patronus by thinking of them like that, before heading back to the Gryffindor common room. Anyways, in regards to the Quidditch Cup, Ravenclaw played Slytherin, and Slytherin won, albeit narrowly. Wood tries to spin this as a positive because if they beat Ravenclaw, they'll be in second place. Harry in general is overworked by both Lupin anti-Dementor lessons and Quidditch practice. And the book in particular notes how Hermione is starting to bear the full force of the amount of subjects she's doing. It's still a mystery on how she can be able to attend all her classes. Now, Harry writing an essay for potions class is interrupted by Oliver Wood, who was unsuccessful in convincing Professor McGonagall in convincing Harry to use the firebolt. Harry, despite this, refuses to buy a new broom, like a Nimbus 2001. Anyhow, as the match against Ravenclaw draws closer and closer, and the pestering of Professor McGonagall becomes more and more frequent, as she keeps telling Harry that she can't have the broom back yet. Dementor lessons are also starting to falter, as Harry is unable to produce a strong Patronus when the boggart gets close, enough for it to back off completely. Lupin does try to congratulate him for his impressive progress, and after drinking some butterbeer, in which Harry is almost caught with the fact that he snuck into Hogsmeade, they do a cheers for a Gryffindor victory against Ravenclaw, even though Lupin isn't supposed to take sides. But he himself was a Gryffindor anyways in school. Harry then suddenly asks Lupin what exactly is under a Dementor's hood. Lupin states that it's unknown, as they only reveal it for the final blow when they attack someone, an attack known as a Dementor's kiss, in which they practically take away your soul, a fate worse than death, and the Dementors have full permission to inflict such a fate on Sirius Black if they're able to catch him. Harry does feel bad initially, until realizing that it's the traitorous Black they're talking about, and remarks about how he believes Black does deserve such a fate, although he doesn't reveal to Lupin the conversation he heard, since he heard it in Hogsmeade, when he didn't have permission to go. On the upside, Harry is finally given his firebolt back from Professor McGonagall, as she's inducted every sort of test imaginable, and Harry is able to practice with it finally. So yeah, after returning to the Gryffindor common room, in which Neville Longbottom's forgotten the password again, and a lot of the other Gryffindors admire the firebolt, wanting to touch it and such, Harry and Ron decide to speak to Hermione again. Their phase of not speaking to her out of resentment is over. So anyways, as Ron takes the firebolt up to the boys' dormitory, Harry speaks to Hermione about what she's studying. That is until there's a yell from a distance away, and Ron comes down with a bedsheet covered in blood. It's the bedsheet Scabbers was sleeping on. And Ron is furious that Scabbers is likely dead because of Crookshanks. And he blames all of this on Hermione, Crookshanks being her pet. The fact that there's ginger hair on it too, it sells the idea that Crookshanks has eaten Scabbers. And that's the end of chapter 12. Good chapter book-wise, and it pushes along the story, but aside from that, it's mostly just fine. I should note that in the film, the plot point about Scabbers being possibly eaten by Crookshanks happens in the scene after Lupin's lesson, with the trio on their way to speak to Hagrid, as Ron and Hermione argue as usual. Although Hermione's reaction in the film is more defiant, with her outright rejecting the idea that Crookshanks had something to do with Scabbers going missing. And the two are as verbal as ever towards each other. So in the movie, for the sake of time, they merely reference Scabbers disappearing through Harry's two friends barking at each other. So with that being said, that's the film version of this plot point, in which it's tossed to the side, but understandably so. Anyways, let's get on with the next chapter, which is pretty much book exclusive, titled Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw, obviously hinting towards Quidditch. So in the book, Ron and Hermione are on incredibly bad terms, and Ron takes the loss of his rat very hard, despite Harry pointing out to him that Ron always found Scabbers boring and lazy. And even Ron's siblings back Harry up, so Harry offers to take Ron to Quidditch practice so he can use the firebolt after they're done. Madam Hooch oversees practice, and after being distracted by the firebolt, Oliver Wood tells Harry that a fourth-year girl named Cho Chang is the Ravenclaw Seeker, and that despite her skills, she has a vastly inferior broom. Yeah, about that. A criticism I've heard about J.K. Rowling is that she gives stereotypical names to ethnic characters. Seamus Finnegan for the Irish character, Parvati Patil for the Indian character, and Cho Chang for the Asian character. And I suppose that's very true. You can tell a character's ethnicity half the time simply by their name. Regardless, I thought Cho Chang was a weird name for a character in this series. So maybe the point about character names is correct. Aside from that, Harry practices Quidditch with his firebolt, which is the best broomstick he's ever rode. The broomstick is extremely precise and fast, to the point where Harry feels like it's obeying his thoughts rather than his movements. Sharp turns, deep dives, etc. And able to catch the practice snitch within a few seconds. Harry after practice tells Oliver that he should be prepared for another Dementor attack should it happen. And Harry gives Ron his firebolt to try out, which he uses until nightfall, in which they return to the castle. On the way back, Harry mistakenly thinks he sees those scary eyes again, but when Ron lights his wand, it turns out to be Crookshanks, which Ron shoos away. So the next day, at the Great Hall, everyone has a look at Harry's firebolt in anticipation for the next match, including the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Cedric Diggory congratulates him on his new broom, while Penelope Clearwater and Percy Weasley have a mutual bet between the two of them on which of their houses will win the Quidditch game. Percy tells Harry in secret that he actually doesn't have enough money to pay his girlfriend should he lose the bet, so he's counting on him to win. Then we've got Draco Malfoy with his two sidekicks, Crabbe and Goyle, mocking Harry for his broomstick being too fast for him. Minor gripe here, but Malfoy insults Harry by telling him it's too bad the broom doesn't come with a parachute, because he'll need one. I was taken a tad out of the scene. Because how would Malfoy in his pureblood supremacist views and whatnot know what a parachute is, given it's a Muggle invention, and used for purposes such as jumping from large heights and whatnot? Aside from that, Harry insults Malfoy by suggesting he needs a third arm to help him catch the snitch, something which makes the Gryffindors laugh out loud, with Malfoy walking away bitterly. Anyways, the day of the match, Harry and the Quidditch team under Oliver Wood go to the changing room to prepare. The day is described as the polar opposite of the one against Hufflepuff. So anyways, after pocketing his wand in case of another Dementor attack, the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws go out to play. Now, given this is Cho Chang's first physical appearance in the book continuity at least, it's an underwhelming debut, especially with how the series progresses past this point. Cho Chang is later made Harry's girlfriend, at least for a time, and I didn't feel myself giving a shit. I'm normally not interested in most romance subplots in general, but this was really uninteresting because it's some random girl introduced in book 3 as a little teaser. And then some stuff happens in book 4, then book 5, and then it's over. And nothing is gained whatsoever, nor is the plot propelled. From what Queen Diclonius told me, he was personally a Harry and Hermione shipper, and while I hate shipping in general, this actually seems plausible. Plus, I hear that J.K. Rowling herself has regrets over how she handled the romances. I suppose I'll get into more detail about Cho Chang as we get further into the series, but for now, her role is to be Harry's opposition in Quidditch, being the enemy seeker. So anyhow, Wood and Davis, the Ravenclaw captain, shake hands, and they're off. Lee Jordan, the commentator, is caught up talking about the firebolt that Harry possesses more so than the actual match, and Professor McGonagall has to tell him to stay on topic. So basically, the book describes Harry being closely tailed by Cho Chang, losing sight of the snitch after having to dodge a bludger. He actually loses sight of it a second time after Cho cuts him off. After spotting the snitch for the third time at the Ravenclaw side of the stadium, Harry dives forward, only to spot 3 Dementors up above. Without a second's hesitation, he whips out his wand and cries the Patronus charm. He's then able to catch the snitch shortly afterwards and wins Gryffindor the match. Numerous Gryffindors, including his team, Seamus Finnegan, Ron, etc. cheer on him. And when Lupin shows up, he reveals to Harry that the 3 Dementors he struck weren't actually Dementors. Yeah, it turns out Malfoy and his 2 sidekicks, and by extension Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, got themselves in black robes and tried to sabotage Harry. Dicks. Well, regardless, they all get what they deserve when Professor McGonagall sends them all off to detention, with 50 points taken from Slytherin, pretty much enticing the victory even more. So yeah, the Gryffindor common room has a celebratory party that lasts into the night. Fred and George bring some butterbeer and some sweets, and the only person not celebrating is, of course, Hermione focusing on her essay. She indicates as well that Ron's still angry with her. So Professor McGonagall at around 1 in the morning requests they all go to sleep, and they do so. Harry has an incredibly strange dream before woken up suddenly by Ron crying out loud. Ron says after everyone's jolted up that Sirius Black literally stood beside his bed with a knife and slashed the curtains. Everyone gets up, and Percy tries to argue that Ron simply had a bad dream. But Professor McGonagall gets to the bottom of this by asking Sir Cadogan about whether he let a shabby-looking man into the common room. Turns out that he did, because he had the password, holding up a scraunched-up note in question. Yeah, that seemingly useless detail about Neville Longbottom having to write down the password and then losing it wasn't so pointless after all. He made a grave error. Now with that being said, that's the end of chapter 13. This chapter was entirely book exclusive, with nothing adapted into the film, so there's really no valid comparison to be made between book and film. So critiquing the book, I thought that while the hook at the end was the best part, the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw did its job adequately. I mostly read about this part of the book because I didn't attend the match, hiding from Ryan Johnson at all. And I don't have much shit to talk about other than the Cho Chang stuff I already went over anyways. So let's move on to the next chapter, chapter 14, titled Snape's Grudge. The book describes how the rest of the night at Gryffindor Tower was indeed restless. The castle was searched again, and like before, Sirius Black has indeed escaped and went out completely undetected. A bunch of the staff try their hardest to do spells and jinxes to make sure Sirius Black doesn't get in again. Sir Cadogan at least is replaced by the fat lady again, under the strict condition she get extra protection, and it's noted how the statue of the one-eyed witch, which leads to the pathway in Honeydukes, is left untampered, indicating that only Fred and George, plus Harry and his friends know about the pathway there. The trio do consider telling the staff, but they realise Sirius Black probably didn't break in through Honeydukes anyways. So in the meantime, Ron recounts his sighting of Sirius Black to other students, and Neville in particular is having the worst time. Professor McGonagall was furious at his clumsy nature, misplacing the password that allowed Sirius Black into Gryffindor Tower. He's banned from going to Hogsmeade again for the rest of the year, and given a detention.
But wait! There's more!
Yeah, Neville receives a howler from his grandmother during breakfast, and Neville tries to run out of the Great Hall before the ticking time bomb that is the howler goes off. Anyhow, Harry himself gets his own letter from Hagrid, inviting him and his two sidekicks some tea later that day, with a warning that he'll pick them up. At 6 o'clock, they go to the hut again. Despite Ron's speculations, Hagrid ain't interested in hearing about the Sirius Black sighting, and you can tell right away that it's about Buckbeak. The trial is coming near. Now, Hagrid does speak to Ron and Harry a tad bit about Hermione, about when they were avoiding her and whatnot. Aside from that, the book describes improved chances in the Quidditch Cup before they're escorted back to the castle. Harry tells his friends that he plans to sneak into Hogsmeade again, although Hermione protests this, and threatens to tell the teachers if he does so again. And once again, Ron explodes on her. So that Saturday, Harry does go to the Great Hall and pretends he won't be going, as usual. But before he can sneak through the secret passageway, Neville Longbottom shows up on the Marauders map in close proximity and is eager for Harry's help. Him being in detention and all. Harry has to keep making excuses for why he can't hang out or help Neville with his shit, and that's where Severus Snape shows up and suspiciously asks the pair what they're up to. So yeah, a close call, as Snape orders them both back to Gryffindor Tower, and Harry after going back looks at the Marauders map, and sees that Snape went back to his office. So yeah, he then sneaks out successfully this time. After explaining to Ron what took so long, they basically spend the day around Hogsmeade. First at the Owl Post office, then a place called Zonko's full of students, and Harry had to avoid not bumping into any of them. Afterwards, they take a peek at the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted building in Great Britain. That's where, you probably guessed it, Draco Malfoy, followed by his two sidekicks, approach Ron. Keep in mind Harry's still in his invisibility cloak. Malfoy, after talking shit about Hagrid, spots Ron and starts to antagonize him. Here, I suppose we get the book's version of Harry ambushing Draco and the gang, but in the book, Harry throws some mud on Malfoy from behind before Crabbe and Goyle get some of it too. Although in the book, Harry gets his head exposed off the invisibility cloak, and Malfoy and friends run for it, obviously intending to inform the teachers that Harry's out of bounds. Ron and Harry quickly say their brief goodbyes to each other, as Harry heads back to Hogwarts. He hides the invisibility cloak in a hidden away area as he runs back to Gryffindor Tower, but although he can hide the cloak, by the time he arrives outside the passageway, Snape is there to spot him, full of sweat and mud. So Snape calls him to his office, down in the dungeon. Snape goes on monologuing about what Malfoy told him, how Malfoy was giving Ronald Weasley the business, the ginger being seemingly alone, until he was attacked by mud. Harry tries to play it off as innocently and as coolly as possible, although obviously Snape knows that he's been in Hogsmeade. The fact that even though only his head was spotted, no part of him is allowed in Hogsmeade. Harry does try to bluff that he's been in Gryffindor Tower, although Snape snaps back by asking Harry if anyone can confirm that. So again, Snape openly compares Harry to his father, talking down to him, telling him his father was as arrogant as they come. And just like the start of the book with Aunt Marge, Harry is angered by Snape talking shit about his old man. Harry then begins to start trying to rip Snape open by going on about what Dumbledore told him, about how James Potter saved his life. Although Snape catches on that Harry doesn't know the full story, and explains angrily that James only saved him to save his own skin. And the circumstances around it was not heroism in the slightest. So anyways, Snape demands Harry turn out his pockets, and Harry is forced to reveal the bag of Zonkos, which he lies was a gift from Ron in his last trip to Hogsmeade. And as for the Marauders map, it is thankfully in its mischief-managed state, and Snape can't see anything but old empty parchment. Harry again tries to bluff that it's just some spare parchment, although he intervenes when Snape suggests throwing it in the fireplace, so Snape tries to unlock the parchment. Then, surprisingly, when Snape announces his presence to the parchment and demands it reveal its secrets, the parchment actually responds, although obviously by not revealing the GPS location of everyone in the school. Instead, with the nicknames the unknown creators set for themselves, the parchment starts insulting Snape on a personal level, like how he has an oversized nose and how he should wash his greasy hair. Snape is beyond furious and proceeds to contact Lupin of all people through the fireplace in his office. Although Lupin, through the means of contact, arrives and actually plays at Harry's defense, explaining the parchment away as something that pokes fun at anyone who tries to open it, and Harry probably got it from a joke shop. Ron Weasley runs in shortly after to maintain Harry's cover story about him getting him the Zonkos ages ago. Lupin escorts the two boys away from Snape, reveals that he knows that it's a map, and he's disappointed Harry didn't turn it in, given what happened with Neville Longbottom. Lupin loosely states that he knows the people who made the map, but he's not going to cover for Harry again. He reminds Harry about his parents' sacrifice and about the Dementors. And after their one shot of getting bailed out, Ron apologizes for suggesting Harry come to Hogsmeade. And well, Hermione is waiting for them near Gryffindor Tower, in which at first Ron assumes she sold Harry out to the teachers, although actually it's something different entirely. Hagrid lost his case in defense of Buckbeak. He's going to be executed. Okay, I gotta hand it to the book. That actually caught me off guard in the presentation of the whole thing. The threat of almost getting caught with the Marauders map was distracting, but this was a rather effective cliffhanger for the end of chapter 14. Okay, I guess I forgot to mention the film's version of this chapter's events, but let me tell you, it's quite weird. That cliffhanger and all relevant information occur after the scene in which the trio are walking across the castle grounds, and Ron and Hermione argue about whether or not Crookshanks killed Scabbers. We get a scene where Hagrid skids rocks across the river, and reveals at the end that Buckbeak's been sentenced to death. Sadly on his part, I might add. Then the movie awkwardly cuts to Hogwarts at night, and the alternative to a later reveal is Harry checking out the Marauders map and spotting Peter Pettigrew on the map, despite the fact that he's supposed to be long dead. So he decides to check it out. But for some reason, he just plainly walks out and sees Peter Pettigrew pass him on the Marauders map, but doesn't actually spot anyone pass him by. Then doing this comparison/review, I realized it's so Harry could almost get stupidly caught with the Marauders map when Severus Snape comes around the corner. The exchange is pretty much the same, with Lupin even showing up, giving Snape the same defense of it being from a joke shop. This scene and its setup makes no sense on its own, having Harry just wander out, and it's only after you realize how it's been adapted from the book does it all make sense. They tried to abridge this from the book in a sequence where Harry snuck into Hogsmeade again, but obviously they didn't have time to show an inconsequential part of the book, so they came up with this. And it doesn't make any sense. It's like they were hard-pressed for ideas. So it's a weaker adaptation in more ways than not sticking to the specific source material as much. A lot of the changes they made, I feel, in regards to abridging things from the book, are just awkward. I was very confused watching the movie, and even after reading the original source material, I'm still confused, because they didn't present or adapt this part very well, and changing the scenario from Harry randomly deciding to stroll out at night for whatever reason, it's not very clever. So yeah, I'm obviously having better things to say about the book than the movie, so I hope I got my thoughts on chapter 14 out of the way. We shall now move on to chapter 15, titled The Quidditch Final. Yeah, so you can tell that the main meat of the chapter, the movie omitted, because they can only show one Quidditch game per movie at most. So let's get into it. The whole cliffhanger of Hermione informing Ron and Harry that Hagrid lost the case. Yeah, well, we pick up from that. Hermione shares a letter from Hagrid in which he brought Buckbeak to London for the trial, but lost. And now he's taking Buckbeak back to Hogwarts, in which he's slated for execution at a set time. So with that being said, the trio absolutely hate Lucius Malfoy more than ever, given he most likely used intimidation tactics on the court and whatnot. Ron offers to help Hermione with the appeal, and after hugging him, Hermione then apologizes with what happened with Scabbers. And at this point, Ron's gotten over him, reasoning that he was old anyways, and useless, and that he might get an owl in his place. The book then generally describes how there have been increased security measures in place since Black's second break-in, and as such, they cannot visit Hagrid as easily as before. That means they can only talk to him during the Care of Magical Creature lessons, in which they briefly discuss the whole appeal procedure. But there doesn't seem to be much hope. There is a moment straight afterwards where Draco Malfoy, followed by Crabbe and Goyle, mock Hagrid for losing the case. Behind his back, of course. Before Harry and Ron can get close enough, Hermione makes the first move and smacks Draco as hard as she can. Malfoy and his two sidekicks back off after that. And Hermione then demands to Harry that he beat Malfoy in the Quidditch match against Slytherin. I should mention here that this scene with Hermione lashing out at Malfoy is adapted in the movie somewhat. However, it's in a rearranged order. In the movie, after the whole sequence of Lupin bailing Harry out, he talks to him privately about the Marauders map. It's basically the book's version of the whole "I will not cover for you again" speech, with Lupin scolding Harry for not taking his parents' sacrifice seriously and acting recklessly, while keeping the map and telling him to go back to Gryffindor Tower, and he will know if Harry makes a single detour. However, obviously, exclusive to this version, Harry does decide to tell Lupin that the map must be defective, as he saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the map, but that cannot be because Pettigrew is of course long dead. Then in the film, we get the scene that relates to the chapter after this one, so we'll get to that later. In the movie, after the sequence with Trelawney that we'll speak about later, the trio go to Hagrid's hut, only to see Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle mocking Hagrid from afar. Like in the book, in which Hermione, similar to her book counterpart, is furious and pulls her wand out at Malfoy, who cowers at it, to which she's talked down by Ron, and Hermione lowers her wand, but then punches Malfoy in the face. So to be extremely specific, they do the wand first, hand smack second in the movie, but that being as inconsequential as it is, it's hardly worth discussing. Okay, let's get on with it. While this scene in the film takes place just before Buckbeak's execution, in the book, we've still got some time to go. So as such, let's discuss the book continuity's events. So after Hermione tells Harry to beat Malfoy and New One at Quidditch, Harry and Ron then attend Charms class with Professor Flitwick. There's another strange sign of Hermione going missing just as they arrive to class, and she isn't present for the whole session. She's not present during lunchtime either. They do find her sleeping by a table at Gryffindor Tower, however. Harry prods her awake, and Hermione starts panicking once she realizes she's missed Professor Flitwick's class. So anyways, they go straight to Professor Trelawney's class, in which they get a handful of crystal balls early, in preparation for their examination towards the end of the semester. As always, Hermione scoffs at the psychic fraud she believes Trelawney to be. It is worth noting that the movie has the crystal balls in the sequence after the discussion with Lupin. The movie presents the trio finding the class boring, especially Ron, although they have to quickly get up when Trelawney approaches. In both mutual versions, Trelawney speaks to Hermione and tells her about how she's been unwilling ever since she stepped foot in the class. Hermione gets frustrated and flat out leaves, and Lavender Brown, another Gryffindor student, sees this as an indication of a prophecy Trelawney gave up earlier in the book, how Hermione would end up leaving the class. So that's the first half of the scene if you've watched the movie. However, having read the book, you realize that they combine two separate scenes from the book relating to Professor Trelawney's class into one. I'll talk about the other half when we get into the next chapter. For now, let's talk about Quidditch. So the book described that as the Easter holidays approach, the third years get a shit ton of homework. And even though Neville Longbottom met a nervous breakdown, he wasn't the only one. Hermione, as usual, has an overload of homework from all her classes, tending to be the last to arrive in the common room at night, and the first to arrive at the library in the morning. Ron, on the other hand, is trying his best to get Buckbeak's execution appealed. Lastly, Harry, on top of endless study, also had to practice Quidditch, obviously, for the game against Slytherin, as well as going over tactics with Wood. Slytherin were leading the tournament by 200 points. That means that this all banks on Harry catching the darn snitch. No pressure. Wood actually annoys Harry with the insistence that he must only catch the snitch if they've gotten 50 points up. The mood around Gryffindor Tower is also described as an eagerness to win the Quidditch Cup, something which hasn't happened since Charlie Weasley. One of Ron's older brothers, who we've spoken about before, played a Seeker when he was at Hogwarts. Harry is dead set on winning, just so he can rub it in Draco Malfoy's face, his rivalry with him becoming the thing of legend. To make a long story short, out of all the reasons to beat him, justice for Buckbeak was the number one thing. In fact, Gryffindor and Slytherin students were pretty much at war, with there being fights across the school. The book even notes one incident where a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year were both sent to the hospital wing, presumably during a fight. Harry in particular was subject to numerous Slytherins trying to trip him up, and Wood even states that they'd have to put extra protection on Harry, just so the Slytherins don't try to sabotage him again before the match even starts. Harry starts to get paranoid, as he keeps checking whether or not his firebolt is still where he left it or not. So anyways, when Oliver Wood orders them all to bed, Harry has some incredibly bizarre nightmares. In the first, Harry overslept, and they had to use Neville Longbottom as the Seeker instead. In another, Malfoy and the Slytherins used dragons instead of brooms. And Harry wakes up feeling thirsty. After getting himself a drink, he at first thinks he spots the Grim that's been around all year. Instead, he realizes after using his glasses that it was just Crookshanks. That is until the big black dog shows up near Crookshanks out the window. Harry tries to wake up Ron to see, but both the cat and the dog had vanished. Cut to the next morning, where the Gryffindors, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs are cheering Harry's team on. As usual, I was hiding in the Ravenclaw Tower as often as I could, so I was pretty much the only one who didn't attend the match. But fortunately, the book describes the final match just fine. Besides, pro sports was never really my thing. So after Harry goes through a rushed breakfast, the team go onto the Quidditch pitch to check out the conditions. It's clear enough for a good game. Soon afterwards, the rest of the school, minus myself of course, show up. Most of the school cheering on Gryffindor, but there are still plenty of Slytherins in view as well. The commentating from Lee Jordan starts. After Wood and Flint reluctantly shake hands, as they probably tried to crush each other's fingers, the game begins. To make a long story short, Harry tries his hardest to listen to the commentary while keeping the snitch off Malfoy. A rough and dirty match later, the Gryffindor team is winning 70-10. Well, past the point of holding off, Harry starts searching for the snitch, before spotting it around 20 feet above him. He dies for the snitch, but slows it down when Draco Malfoy fancies himself the wizarding Tom Cruise and jumps and holds onto Harry's firebolt, causing the snitch to go out of focus. Slytherin gets called off for the millionth time in a row, and Lee Jordan can't help but curse the Slytherins, not even being called off by Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindors start to lose concentration, but are still winning the match. Then eventually, Harry spots Malfoy diving for the snitch, and so he too goes after Malfoy's direction, and after a scuffle with Malfoy, he catches the snitch. Gryffindor has officially won the House Cup, and all attention is now on Harry, with the entire team hugging him, followed by everyone, and Harry even thinks to himself that he now has the strongest Patronus he could ever think of. And that's the end of chapter 15. So my thoughts. The Quidditch part was pretty entertaining and energetic via Stephen Fry's performance. The stakes were high with an extra desperate reason to shove victory in Malfoy's face, and in general, this was a pretty solid chapter. Before the Quidditch match, Rowling does a good job building up to the match, with emphasis on things like the tension across the school, the forced bedtime, the rushed breakfast, and generally it's sold that this Quidditch match is extremely important. So with that being said, this is a good chapter, and there ain't anything to criticize off the top of my head. This being a mostly book-exclusive event has little to compare it to, aside from the Professor Trelawney stuff. And as I mentioned, they combined two halves of Trelawney for the movie, which brings us to chapter 16, titled Professor Trelawney's Prediction. This will obviously include the second half of that scene from the movie, so let's get into it. The book describes how Harry's euphoria from winning the Quidditch match lasted for around a week. The weather was nice as well. Everyone in usual, minus the Slytherins, are in high spirits and are in general practicing their studies. Percy in particular has been working for his NEWTs, being a 7th year student. Hermione in general has mysteriously got multiple classes at the same time and is deflective when Harry and Ron ask her about it. Soon afterwards, Hedwig comes by with a note on her leg. It's from Hagrid. Basically, the appeal happens on the final day of exams, but based on what's been written, the committee has practically already made up its mind, thanks to Lucius Malfoy. That's why an executioner is going to show up to the quote appeal. On top of that, despite losing the Quidditch final, Draco Malfoy has been able to regain his usual cocky arrogance, sneering that he will enjoy Buckbeak's execution. Harry and friends are not allowed to visit Hagrid since the security has not been lifted, and we're reminded that Harry left the invisibility cloak at the one-eyed witch statue. Then comes exam week. First comes transfiguration, then charms, then care of magical creatures, then potions, then astronomy. Practically during care of magical creatures, the students are given the easiest exam ever, as all they have to do is leave the creatures Hagrid set them on to their own devices, and they instead take the time to speak to Hagrid. To sum that part up, Hagrid isn't sure if the appeal will work. Moving on to potions, Harry fails under an extreme amount of stress, and Snape writes down what appears to be a 0 before moving on. Then in astronomy, Harry basically wishes he studied more. Then the day after that, they get herbology, and then defense against the dark arts. Harry passes the class with flying colours. Ron screws up a bit at the end, and Hermione becomes terrified of a boggart in the form of Professor McGonagall, telling her that she failed all her classes. Anyways, afterwards, Harry has a brief encounter with Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who is around the school grounds. Fudge is here on the whole Buckbeak situation, and is here to be a witness to the appeal, if it's going to work whatsoever at this rate. Accompanying him is a withered old guy and a dude with a black mustache. At least that's how the book describes them. Now in the movie, the executioner can be seen briefly before Buckbeak's execution. The dude in the film looks unreasonably shabby, at least with the adult characters. They are pretty well cast, based on appearance alone. Yeah, that's not a very pleasant guy to look at. Anyways, Hermione tries to reason that they still have to listen to Hagrid's defense, although it's not something she quite believed in when she said it. So anyways, afterwards, Harry and Ron get their final exam, divination, while Hermione gets Muggle studies as her last. So yeah, this is the setup to the part I just discussed. In the book, Neville greets them, and as usual, he's struggling with the crystal balls. In the book, the way the exam works is by Professor Trelawney calling everyone up one at a time, and then doing a little test before getting their results. Parvati Patil, for example, comes down quite pleased, and Harry is the last person to be tested. He has to wait a solid 20 minutes, and by this time, the appeal has already started, to wait for Ron to be done with Trelawney. Ron describes his experience as complete rubbish, and he had to make some stuff up before Harry finally gets his turn. The classroom in general is warmer than ever, and Harry is instructed to look through the crystal ball and tell Trelawney what he sees. Harry does try his hardest to stare and see something other than white fog, but there's nothing. So Harry, like with Ron, decides to make some crap up about how he sees a hippogriff, in which Trelawney states that he must be seeing Buckbeak about to be executed. Harry lies a bunch more about what he sees, and when he's finally dismissed, he seizes the opportunity to bolt. Or at least I would say that, if not for this interruption in both mutual versions. Now, as a reminder, in the movie, Harry was already leaving Trelawney's class, but decided to bring a lost crystal ball back before encountering Trelawney again. In both mutual versions, however, Trelawney in an unnatural voice starts speaking erratically. In the movie, Trelawney states that he who betrayed his friends will break free once more, and master and servant will be reunited again, before returning to herself, and asks Harry if there's anything wrong, totally unaware of what she unconsciously said. In the book, the dialogue is a tad different, but the message is essentially the same. He who betrayed his friends 12 years ago will reunite with the Dark Lord and whatnot. This is clearly a red flag towards Voldemort and Sirius Black. I mean, at this part of the story, who else could Trelawney be talking about? And that's how you know some shit's gonna go down. In the book exclusively, once Trelawney's back in reality, Harry does try to tell her about what she just said concerning the Dark Lord and whatnot, but she rejects the notion that she ever did. Harry does wonder walking back to Gryffindor Tower what exactly happened there. Anyhow, Harry finds Ron and Hermione with sorrow faces, and they interrupt him before he can share Trelawney's prediction with the news. Buckbeak lost.
God fucking damn it!
So Harry reads another note from Hagrid. They're going to execute him at sunset, and there's nothing that can be done. In the book, it's noted that they cannot witness the execution to comfort Hagrid with the whole security curfew thing, so the solution obviously is to use the invisibility cloak. This has Hermione go to retrieve it just so Snape doesn't catch Harry near the one-eyed witch and bring the cloak back. So yeah, they go down to Hagrid's hut at sundown. In the movie, right after the rearranged scene with Malfoy and friends taunting Hagrid, the trio walk to Hagrid's hut, but this time without the invisibility cloak. So there's a difference there, albeit inconsequential. In both versions, the trio talk to Hagrid, and Hagrid's reaction is more shaky than flat-out crying, although it's described as a worse feeling in the book. In the book, it is asked why Dumbledore can't do anything, but Hagrid responds that he's done everything. They still haven't budged, so at this rate, all he can do is wait for Buckbeak to be killed. But Hagrid is allowed to be with him, until the end at least. In both versions, Dumbledore will attend the execution to comfort Hagrid. The movie has an exclusive moment where Harry suggests setting Buckbeak free, although Hagrid would get into a lot of trouble if that happened. In both versions, this is where a certain something happens to pop up again. In the book, Hermione discovers Scabbers the rat in the case. In the movie, Hagrid was keeping Scabbers in the case for safekeeping and gives it back to Ron. Regardless of who found Scabbers, Ron reunites with his pet. In the book, Scabbers is described as looking especially like dog shit. Film Hermione does have this combative moment where she demands Ron apologize to her for accusing her cat of eating the rat, but it's at this moment where in both mutual versions, the trio have to bolt from the hut, as Dumbledore, Fudge, the Executioner, and book exclusively that old withered guy walk towards the hut. Harry and friends go out a back door and walk around the hut to where they become witness from a distance the execution. In the book, they simply hear the axe cut into Buckbeak, while in the movie, they see Buckbeak get executed off screen. I should also note that in the book, Scabbers is fidgeting intensely, and Ron is trying to keep him still during this moment. And in general, that's the end of chapter 16. I have to say that it's a pretty eventful chapter. The book keeps a lot on your mind with Trelawney's prediction, followed up by Buckbeak's execution, and even before then, the exams and whatnot. The movie, on the other hand, suffers from the same problems: rushed pacing. There is a film-exclusive moment where they include stuff being thrown at Hagrid's hut, and hiding behind some pumpkins, Hermione thinks she saw something, but she dismisses it. I'm mentioning this for now because it'll be very important for later. Point is, I pretty much feel positively about the book, while being disappointed about the movie. I've said my piece about what the movie got wrong, and my thoughts haven't changed. So let's move on to chapter 17, titled Cat, Rat and Dog. In both versions, the chapter starts with Scabbers breaking free from Ron's grasp. In the book specifically, this is because Crookshanks started to approach the trio under the invisibility cloak, and Ron can't help himself but chase after Scabbers. If you've seen the movie, you know where this leads. In both mutual versions, they end up running after Ron, and to make matters worse, that black dog shows up, and the trio see the Grim in all its terrifying presence. It goes straight for Ron, and in both versions it drags Ron away, straight into the depths of the Whomping Willow. I should note that in the book, it's much darker out, so Harry had to use Lumos in order to see where he and Hermione was. A small difference between both book and film is the setup between Crookshanks and the dog being in close proximity early in the book. Crookshanks is able to get to the Whomping Willow to stay still, which they use to get into a small tunnel. In the movie, they kind of just bullshit their way into being thrown around the Whomping Willow into the tunnel. Convenient. Yeah, so I prefer the book's version of events for obvious reasons. Obviously, they omitted this part from the movie, so they had to come up with something else. I don't know about you, but why the hell didn't they have Hermione use a spell she read about somewhere to subdue the Whomping Willow so they could get in? That's kind of what I expected when I watched the movie side by side while listening to the audiobook. I guess the movie was going for spectacle when it deviated from the book here, but couldn't come up with a more practical way for Harry and Hermione to get past the Willow. With that being said, let's get on with it. So anyways, they follow the tunnel, and in the book specifically, Harry speculates that it leads straight to Hogsmeade, while film Harry just says that he has a hunch. So yeah, in both versions, they arrive inside the Shrieking Shack. Spooky. Although even though with its lack of advantages, the book makes this part creepier than the movie. I don't know, the movie never practically tried to sell itself as a horror scene. It moves by too quickly. Harry and Hermione go up to the second floor, find Ron, who then, fear-ridden, points at, yeah, we'll get to that. The book is much better paced, as they see scratches and then noises on the second floor, and so they go upstairs. In the book, they actually try to go up the stairs as quietly as possible, and upon hearing noises from behind one of the doors, book Harry and Hermione kick open the door to find Crookshanks and Ron. Although if you're watching the movie, they simply enter a room and only Ron. Forget about Crookshanks. Either way, Ron blurts out that it's a trap, and it's not a dog that dragged him in here at all. It's an animagus. A person who can transform into an animal. And across the room, looking shabby and dirty as all hell, is Sirius Black. Since I didn't get a proper introduction out of the way, Sirius Black in the film is portrayed by Gary Oldman, known for a bunch of other roles. But if you've played Call of Duty like I have, you might know him as Victor Reznov.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Where are they broadcast?
I don't know anything about any numbers.
I suppose to the film's credit, they kind of try to make his presence terrifying, but I felt this was all anticlimactic in general and ineffective. Sirius Black doesn't come out of the shadows. He looks more like some shabby creep standing there than anything. Then comes a bunch of twists and turns all in this one scene. Now, a criticism for both the book and movie, with the twist that's about to be revealed here, Sirius Black acts passive-aggressive towards Harry in both versions. And upon having his sights on him, Harry is determined to kill Black. In the book, there's a large scuffle, with Ron's leg broken, Harry trying to punch Sirius, and then trying to dive for his wand. He then has Harry at one point. Sirius taunts if he's going to kill him, and in the book, alludes to there being circumstances, and how Harry doesn't know the whole story. In the book, Crookshanks gets in the way to protect Sirius. There's a great hesitation for Harry. Many seconds pass where he has a wand pointed at Black, who has Crookshanks covering his heart area. In both versions, however, Professor Lupin of all characters busts through the door and, in a surprising turn of events, disarms Harry. In the book, Lupin and Black talk vaguely to each other, talking about an unknown person, with Black pointing towards Ron. If this is your first time with this story, you know that Harry and friends are confused with what's going on, as is the audience. In both versions, however, Lupin lowers his wand at Black and hugs him like a brother in arms. And it's at this point you assume that Lupin is in league with Black. In the heat of the moment, Hermione in both mutual versions spills the beans that Lupin is a werewolf, and that's why he's been absent for some classes. Lupin does ask how long Hermione has known, and she in both versions states that she knew since Snape took over and taught about werewolves in place of Lupin. Yeah, topped with Lupin's boggart being a full moon, Hermione figured out what Lupin was. Basically, we get all the answers here. About why Lupin is helping Black and whatnot. I think I'll go with what the book explains and then talk about what the movie detailed. So are you ready? Here we go. Lupin states that he was one of the creators of the Marauders map. His nickname was Mooney. He then states that he was studying the Marauders map for Harry and friends to go to Hagrid's hut, but then he noticed they were accompanied by someone else, and in the book, after giving Harry and friends back their wands and asking Ron to pull out his rat, he reveals that the rat too is an animagus. The animagus's name? Peter Pettigrew. And that's how chapter 17 ends. So if I had to note the main difference so far, it's that the book paces out its reveal that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew the whole time, while anyone who's seen the movie knows how snappy it is, having it seem like Lupin is in league with Black before they gradually reveal that they're not out to kill Harry, but instead Scabbers the rat, who is actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise. The following chapter, chapter 18, titled Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, gives us the rest of the context. So let's begin straight away, since this is now in the climax stage of the book. So in the book, we get the paced out explanation. Sirius is content with explaining everything to Harry later, while Lupin insists that they make the trio understand what they're doing. As Lupin attempts to explain, he too, for the longest time, thought Sirius Black killed Peter Pettigrew and all those muggles. Except when he found out Pettigrew was on the Marauders map, and since the map never lies, he knew he was alive. Hermione counters that Scabbers can't be an animagus, because the Ministry keeps tabs on those who have such a condition. And Peter Pettigrew was never listed as one, last she checked. Lupin then counters there were 3 animagi who kept their condition secret. Lupin then also reveals that the Shrieking Shack isn't haunted. He had literally only created the illusion of a haunted house when he was at Hogwarts. Lupin reveals a bit of his backstory, where he was bitten by a werewolf and would turn into one at the night of a full moon. Yeah, turns out the Whomping Willow, it was planted because Dumbledore let Lupin into the school. And the willow was a precaution for when he turned into a werewolf once a month. He elaborates, stating that the whole thing about him being a werewolf and sticking around the Shrieking Shack convinced Hogsmeade residents that the place was haunted and they dare not approach it. He says that aside from that, it was the happiest time in his life, as he managed to make 3 friends, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and finally, James Potter. Originally, he made up stories about why he had to hide every month or so, but all 3 of them caught on to the fact that he was a werewolf. But instead of rejecting him, they accepted him and decided to become animagi in their own right. It took James and Sirius in particular 3 years, but eventually they were all able to figure out how to turn into animals themselves. Helped Peter Pettigrew with the transformation too, and they all became different animals. So Lupin was Mooney, Peter was Wormtail, Sirius was Padfoot, and James was Prongs. They even account for the fact that Lupin didn't tell Dumbledore when Sirius Black was on the loose that Sirius was an animagus as a precaution. He explains that he felt too cowardly, and that he would have to admit that he betrayed Dumbledore's trust while he was at school. He then brings up Snape, and how he always tried to counteract Lupin in the game, including mentioning when Sirius had almost accidentally killed him during a prank regarding the Whomping Willow. Sirius Black alluded to Snape about Lupin and the Whomping Willow, and James had to intervene, and that's how he saved Snape's life. But that's how Snape found out that Lupin was a werewolf, and fought hard against his employment at Hogwarts. But then,
Speak of the devil!
Snake physically shows up, having appeared off of Harry's invisibility cloak. In the movie, however, Snape pops up out of nowhere and disarms Sirius, as he and Lupin were trying to explain everything about how Peter Pettigrew was still alive. Regardless, that's how Chapter 18 ends. This was shorter than basically most of the other chapters, but it held essential information. It was interesting getting more backstory from Lupin after watching the movie first, but I did feel like it went on for a little too long. That Sirius just keeps his eyes on Peter Pettigrew when it's like, we get it. The true rat who sold out Harry's parents was Scabbers all along. I should even note that in the Philosopher's Stone, this was foreshadowed with Ron trying to turn Scabbers yellow, which is symbolism for cowardice, as that's what the color yellow is associated with. So I will levy some criticism towards the book. It takes too long for the revelation to be emphasized. However, in the movie it's too short, so neither side actually wins on that front. It's a stalemate for once, just for the opposite reasons. So in general, this was probably the weakest revelation so far, compared to Professor Quirrell and Tom Riddle. I guess it also comes with the expectation that the Harry Potter series is going to throw a major plot twist every book now, and it's just something you're going to catch on to. So this is the revelation, that Sirius Black wasn't the rat, but instead it was Peter Pettigrew. So that being said, let's move on to Chapter 19, titled The Servant of Lord Voldemort. Exclusive to the book, Snape reveals that he found Harry's invisibility cloak, and that he used it to hide for so long. He also states that he knew where Lupin was because he left the Marauder's map open on his desk, so he knew where to find him. In both versions, however, Snape remarks that he repeatedly told Professor Dumbledore that Lupin was helping Sirius Black get into the castle, to no avail, but now he has the proof. Now in the book, Snape specifically thinks that he's caught two prisoners for Azkaban, Sirius and Lupin. He then pulls a silencing spell on Lupin to shut him up. Black's reaction is to get angry at Snape, but Snape holds him at wand point. In the movie, however, the whole wand point action comes because Sirius taunts Snape about using his chemistry set in potions. Another thing exclusive to the book, Hermione pointing out to Snape that he should listen to what Black and Lupin have to say. Although Snape deflects this by stating that all three of them are facing suspension from the school. Aside from this, we have Snape in both versions taunting Sirius Black about his time in Azkaban, and how the Dementors would just love to have him back. Snape orders everyone in the room to come with him, although what happens next is surprising. In the book, Harry blocks the way to the door and refuses to budge. Harry yells at Snape that he's far too stubborn, and just because Lupin and friends made a fool of him, years ago at school. Despite the movie omitting this part, the ultimate plot point is as follows. Harry draws his wand and stuns Snape with it, knocking him out. So anyways, regardless of whether Lupin is gagged, he and Black go on with their explanation. The book with all the context explains that Black found out that Peter Pettigrew was alive via a newspaper Cornelius Fudge gave him in prison. The newspaper that featured the Weasley family on holiday in Egypt, with a picture of Scabbers to boot. Black points out that Scabbers has a toe on his paw missing, and as he recalls, when he confronted Peter Pettigrew, he had a wand behind his back that he used to wipe out all those muggles, before severing his finger, and then turning into a rat and hiding amongst other rats in a nearby sewer. Ron then gets defensive, and states that Scabbers has been in his family for ages. But as Lupin and Black counter, it's been 12 years exactly. Yeah, and even Ron's defense about Scabbers' unnaturally long lifespan for a common rat, arguing that he took such good care of him, and his argument that he's been sick ever since Crookshanks entered the picture, except Harry recalls that Scabbers appeared sick before he ever saw Crookshanks, dating back to earlier in the book. That means that Scabbers must have stressed out about Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. We also find out that Sirius was able to get Crookshanks to help him to get to Peter Pettigrew. He was able to communicate with the cat, and managed to get the feline to fetch him the password to Gryffindor Tower. Oh wow, that's actually a steep revelation if I've ever heard one. I should say that the reveals around the twist are probably more interesting than the twist itself. Black explains afterwards that he had switched responsibilities as secret keeper of his parents' house with Peter Pettigrew. Black then slowly realized that night that Pettigrew was not at his designated hiding place, and when he got to the Potter's safe house, it was half destroyed. and he realized what Peter had done. So in a way, Black had killed his parents by trusting the wrong man. In the film, it's extremely abridged. They use the altered plot point of Harry seeing Pettigrew on the map as the indication that the rat was alive. Then Lupin and Black point out the fact about Scabbers' unusually long lifespan, all before mentioning the missing toe. I should mention here that Ron is far more resistant to all this information than his book counterpart, as his book version gave up Scabbers more reasonably. I suppose I should also mention that in the book, Lupin and Black do one magic spell and reveal Scabbers for who he really is. While in the movie, Scabbers is actually let go of, but is eventually exposed trying to jump through a hole as the one and only Peter Pettigrew. Now, in the first 3 films up until the reveal, Peter Pettigrew was played by a German brown rat named Dex. But in his true form, he is played by actor Timothy Spall, and his description in the book was pretty accurately brought to life in the film, so I'll give them for that. Peter Pettigrew is described as a rather short man, with hair that resembled Scabbers, and mouse-like features, which is exactly what we get in the film. So yeah, in both versions, Lupin, Black, and Pettigrew have a little confrontation. In the book, at first Pettigrew plays dumb and continues to insist that Black was the rat, albeit unconvincingly. He deflects all of Lupin and Black's points, including how the Dark Lord supporters are not happy with Pettigrew now that they think he's dead. Black then proceeds to rip on Pettigrew, including his misguided trust in him to make him the secret keeper for the Potters. Hermione does point out why Pettigrew never harmed Harry in the 3 years he was in close proximity to him, and Pettigrew immediately uses this to his defense. Black counters that Pettigrew never did anything for anyone without a guarantee of self-benefit, and that it was only so he could make sure Voldemort was the biggest bully in the playground before he even thought of going back to him. Hermione does ask Sirius how he managed to escape Azkaban in that moment, and Black states that he doesn't quite know. The knowledge that he was innocent helped him through the 12 years in the wizard prison, as well as transforming into a dog that detracted attention due to more animalistic emotions animating. He then recalled seeing Pettigrew in the paper, and he realized he had to escape now, or Peter Pettigrew may regain his lost honor amongst the Dark Lord's lot by delivering Harry Potter to them. So one night, with the obsession of catching Peter Pettigrew, he snuck out as an animagus and lived as a dog in the forest to hide out, and only left to watch Harry play in the Quidditch pitch. At this moment, after Sirius insists that he never betrayed his parents, Harry fully believes him, and this is where Pettigrew completely flips out. He tries to snug up to Black by telling him he's his friend, only to be smacked off. He then tries to snug up to Lupin, only to be dismissed because he's on Black's side. He then tries to snug up to Ron, insisting how he was such a great pet, only to be met with disgust. He then tries to snug up to Hermione, only to be met with horror. He does speak to Ron and Hermione in the film, but it's right after they're out of the Whomping Willow. He then, you guessed it, tries to snug up to Harry last, trying to compliment him by stating that he looks just like his father, only for Sirius to furiously bark at the audacity he has to speak to Harry. Now in the film, it doesn't take long to get a confession out of Peter Pettigrew. After a feeble attempt to escape, we get Pettigrew attempt to speak to Harry, much to the fury of Sirius Black, and he and Lupin corner him. Regardless, in both versions, we get Pettigrew's cavalcade of excuses. First, it's that the Dark Lord forced him to, which Sirius disputes by stating that he had been feeding Voldemort information for a year before the deaths of Lily and James. He was a spy. After that, Pettigrew makes the excuse that the Dark Lord's reaching was ever increasing, only to be met with the point that there were innocent lives at stake, that Pettigrew disregarded in favor for his own. In the end, Sirius points out that he should have died rather than sell out his friends. So in both versions, after this entire deflective but ineffective tirade from Pettigrew, Lupin and Black are super ready to execute him on the spot. But then Harry, of all characters, intervenes. He states that they should take Pettigrew to the castle instead, turn him in, and then he can go to Azkaban. Pettigrew then tries to thank Harry, only to be brushed off, and he reaffirms that he's not doing this for him. The book has Lupin and Black realize the decision is Harry's, given he lost his parents because of Pettigrew. So the rat is subdued. In the book exclusively, they also prepared to carry the unconscious Snape out too. And with that being said, that's the end of chapter 19. So my thoughts. In the book at least, the moment Peter Pettigrew transformed into his true self, the story got back on track. Rowling does try to present Pettigrew as a coward. He suckers up to everyone in the room in the hopes he'll be spared, and only gets it reluctantly, and you'd think it would be just a better idea to kill him, and then take his body back to the castle, explain everything, and use that to clear Sirius Black's name. But I suppose at the same time, Harry thought Pettigrew deserved Azkaban. The casting for Pettigrew in the movie side of things was also pretty good. Never have I seen an actor that more physically resembled a rat than Timothy Spall. He's raggy and dirty, and really sells the character from the book, even if I think the movie is still rushed in its pacing. So with that being said, let's move on to chapter 20, titled The Dementor's Kiss. So basically in both versions, they go straight back out the Whomping Willow, the book taking some time to describe the trip, how Ron and Lupin carrying Pettigrew had to move sideways to get through. The first notable thing that happens, however, is the fact that Sirius and Harry, now that they're at an understanding, has Sirius tell Harry that his parents assigned him as his godfather were anything to happen to them. Then, utterly oblivious to his poor relationship with his aunt and uncle, says that he understands if he wants to stay with them, but Harry is all too eager to get away from the Dursleys. So Harry cuts him off and immediately takes Sirius up on his offer. Harry agrees to live with Sirius once he's a free man. This makes Sirius very happy, and it's worth pointing out that the smile is described in the book as someone who looked 10 years younger, and more like the man in the wedding photos of Harry's parents. Now in both versions, it's incredibly dark out by now. It's slightly different between both versions based on what the book describes versus what the movie shows, but the clouds shift out to reveal a full moon. And as Hermione points out that Lupin didn't take his required potion tonight, Lupin in particular starts to flip out and start transforming. The following sequence is quite identical in both versions. Sirius tells everyone to run, and Peter Pettigrew seizes the opportunity to grab Lupin's wand, but before he can use it, Harry disarms him, before he transforms into a rat and scuttles away.
Mission failed. We'll get 'em next time.
Man, that is the most frustrating thing that could ever happen in a story. But at least it's not making things too easy for the good guys, so that's a compliment. As Pettigrew successfully escapes, Sirius Black transforms into a dog to restrain Lupin, who is now losing control. In the book exclusively, Ron is knocked out briefly in this encounter, but aside from that, in both versions, Harry hears Sirius making whimpering dog noises, and runs towards the direction to check it out. And this leads Harry into a lake area, where Sirius, after transforming into a man, is surrounded by Dementors. Now in the book, Hermione is also swarmed by the Dementors, but in the movie, it's just Harry and Sirius depicted on screen getting swarmed. Regardless, the Patronus charm doesn't work, and he's just delaying the inevitable. And he ends up almost meeting his match, until he ends up getting bailed out by a Patronus charm across the lake, and despite his best efforts, can only see an animal and a blurry figure behind it doing the charm. He can't believe what he sees, but in the end, his strength gives up and he faints, ending chapter 20. So this was a pretty short chapter book-wise. It's around 14 minutes via the audiobook, which is nothing, but it's still an important development, and it's set up for the very outside-the-box climax. I'm also happy to say that I actually started to somewhat enjoy the movie after this point. Before then, I was disappointed, but finally, I managed to invest in what comes after chapter 20, or at least the parallel events. So let's move on to chapter 21, titled Hermione's Secret, and around this time, we're in the climax stage of the story. So exclusive to the book, we start with a time jump, in which the now conscious Snape starts telling the Minister for Magic his version of what happened, and basically not believing that Sirius Black was innocent after all. I should mention that in the movie, Snape does wake up in the sequence in which Pettigrew escapes and Lupin goes feral, but that was kind of out of character for him to shield the trio, especially Harry, who attacked him. Aside from that, what I said previously happened. Snape gives an unapologetic and unfavorable account of Harry's actions. and affirms that Sirius Black is guilty. We also get some catch up on what happened in the whole time gap. Snape discovered Harry, Ron and Hermione and Sirius all unconscious and brought them back to the castle. We see this is actually all from Harry's POV as he's waking up and starting to comprehend what's going on as consciousness returns. Now let's start with the book's version of events. He learns from Madame Pomfrey when trying to wake up that Sirius Black has been recaptured. And immediately, he blurts out that Sirius Black is innocent, explanation and all. But Cornelius Fudge dismisses his account. He tells Harry that he's been through a lot and blah 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 blah, being a useless government official as usual. Snape dismisses their story as well, despite Harry and Hermione's best efforts. Fudge leaves and Dumbledore comes in. Just like the 2020 presidential debate, Hermione and Snape are talking over each other, but Dumbledore wishes a word with the pair of them alone. Snape expresses disbelief that Dumbledore, the way he's talking, probably believes Black's story. But regardless, Dumbledore tells him he requires a private word with the pair. Snape tries to remind Dumbledore that Sirius is capable of murder, as what happened to him when he was at school, so with much hesitation, Snape marches out. And then Harry and Hermione at the same time blurt out their explanation, until Dumbledore signals for them to stop, and gives out his own explanation. There isn't much time left and the Dementors will soon arrive to do the kiss on Black. Unfortunately, there is no concrete proof beyond Black's word, and the word of the both of them. Two underage wizards. By extension, Lupin is still feral, and by the time he goes back to normal, it'll have been too late. There's an additional detail that there's also negative stigma surrounding werewolves anyways, and on top of that, he and Sirius Black used to be friends. On top of that, Sirius Black did attack the fat lady and infiltrated Gryffindor Tower with a knife. So he isn't looking too hot regardless. Simply put, Snape's version of what happened is far more convincing, and Sirius Black, more or less, is on the wizard's equivalent of death row, with his execution incoming. Dumbledore also explains that while he believes their account, he cannot sway against Snape's word. He then looks specifically at Hermione and states that they need more time, with an emphasis on the word time. Hermione starts to catch on, and Dumbledore continues. Sirius Black is locked in Professor Flitwick's office on the second floor, and states bluntly that the pair of them must not be seen however. He then walks out, stating that he's going to lock the door, and Hermione should turn the clock 3 times. So yeah, that's the book's version of events. In the movie, there's obviously far less. The film scene starts with Harry immediately stating that he saw his dad. He can't explain it, but he saw him. Then Dumbledore comes in, and we get an abridged version of how Dumbledore believes the pair of them, but they won't convince anybody, before going on his speech about there not being much time. And Hermione should spin the clock 3 times before walking out. Much less detail, although they did get the essentials down. Now, as stated before, I actually enjoyed the last part of the movie, and I'll try to get into why. So in both versions, Hermione pulls out an hourglass of sorts with a dial, and upon holding the necklace between herself and Harry, with next to no hesitation, she turns the dial back 3 times. And we get the start of what is essentially a time travel sequence. Now, this was a very outside-the-box thing to do, and as always, there's a built-in setup to where Hermione has been using it to get to all her classes. And there are established rules and such in the book, which we'll get to. In the book, after successfully going back 3 hours, Hermione shoves herself and Harry into a closet and starts recounting what they were doing 3 hours ago, going to Hagrid's. It's around this time where Hermione states that they've gone back in time, and Harry is perplexed at this information. Hermione listens out for their past selves plus Ron's footsteps as they were walking down to Hagrid's earlier in the story. When they fade, Harry and Hermione run down. The movie has it a bit different. Hermione doesn't tell Harry what's been going on right away, instead asking what they were doing at 7:30. Before Harry recalls they were going to visit Hagrid one last time before Buckbeak was executed. Regardless, they run straight towards the direction of Hagrid's hut. Exclusive to the movie is the duo spying on their past selves, as Hermione smacked Malfoy earlier in the movie. They then proceed to get out of the way of Malfoy and his goons. So far, in both versions, viewing the pair retrace their footsteps to change events and whatnot is really interesting. The pacing is at its best here as well. And I must say, especially for the movie, which I've been criticizing all video, a whole condensed time travel sequence is a good way of making this climax unique. And in general, it's pretty engaging. In both mutual versions, they realize they must rescue Buckbeak via Dumbledore's specific words, and via his words that more than one innocent life can be saved tonight. Harry realizes that they can save both Buckbeak and Sirius on the same night, and they can fly off together. So in both versions, they sneak off into the edge of the dark forest near Hagrid's hut, and practically wait for an opportunity to snatch Buckbeak without being seen. They both witness their past selves, plus Ron of course go to Hagrid's. Book Harry does propose the idea of stopping Pettigrew before it's too late, but Hermione stops him right there. If he attempts to change his past, it will be terrible, given Harry's past self might attack his future self, not understanding what's going on. I suppose past Hermione might understand what's going on if she saw her future self and future Harry, but I suppose the point's been made clear. Plus, it's against wizarding law, so they'd be in a lot of trouble if someone found out they screwed around with time. Anyways, the pair basically watch their past selves do everything they did earlier. Exclusive to the movie is the part where Hermione throws a pebble to get their past selves to leave, as shown earlier in the movie, which explains where the pebble came from. There's also the movie-only moment where Hermione is almost spotted by her past self. Regardless, Harry seizes the opportunity as soon as their past selves leave and the execution party aren't looking at Buckbeak to free him. We also get the name drop of the executioner, Walden McNair, in the book at least anyways. In both versions, both Harry and Hermione narrowly manage to pull Buckbeak away from his doom, as they're within the sight of the execution team, who only look in the opposite direction to avoid getting caught. Following this, they venture towards the Whomping Willow, still out of sight of events as they happened. Now in the book, they see the whole shebang of their past selves near the Whomping Willow. In the movie, however, they only arrive at the Whomping Willow to witness Lupin come in, followed by Severus Snape. Book Harry is so tempted to change history again by taking his nearby invisibility cloak before Snape can seize it for himself, and Hermione has to pull him back and tell him no. So instead, he just has to watch Snape grab the cloak and put it on himself. Obviously, the small detail doesn't happen in the movie. Snape just barges in fully visible, but regardless, Harry and Hermione sit by the Whomping Willow, waiting for all the business, including the revelation that Peter Pettigrew betrayed his parents, to conclude. So with a bit of time on their hands, Hermione in both versions takes time to ask Harry what happened before they were knocked out. They both figure that a strong Patronus charm was made from the other side of the lake, and Harry, thinking really hard, thinks that he saw his own father cast the charm, but he can't be sure, but it looks like him. Harry does reason that if Pettigrew had faked his death, his father might have done the same, although obviously it would have had to be for an important reason. I'm going to state right away that this is misdirection on the story's part, but effective nonetheless. It makes you interested at this point, but that small praise aside, after waiting for around an hour, according to the book, although the movie has a smaller sense of time, they see events unfold as they always did. Book Harry is again tempted to catch the rat before he escapes for good, and Hermione yet again tells him that they can't chase a rat in the dark. Now here is where the book and the film deviate a bit, in an interesting way, but again, not consequential enough to change the story on a fundamental level. You might recall that in the film, Hermione attracts the feral Lupin away by pretending to be a female werewolf calling to him, something that attracts Lupin away from past Harry. But then Lupin starts chasing them instead, causing them to hide out in the dark forest. And before they can become Lupin's dinner, Buckbeak saves the day, which in the film continuity, I suppose that was a clever way to bail them both out. They then see the Dementors coming out up above and realize that Sirius and Harry's past self is in danger. So they run over to the opposite side. Harry expects his dad to show up any moment now, but after a few painful seconds of waiting, and Hermione telling him that no one is coming, Harry seems to realize something, that it wasn't his dad he saw, it was himself at a distance. So he runs out with the thought of living with Sirius and conjures a powerful Patronus charm to get all the Dementors to fuck off. The movie illustrates this wonderfully through visuals. It is the most impressive part of the movie. Now that's the movie's version of events. Let's go through the book's altered version. You see, after seeing events play out in the Whomping Willow, the book counterpart of Harry and Hermione instead goes straight to Hagrid's hut, pulling Buckbeak inside and all. Harry then states that he needs to know what time it will be when they're carried back to the castle, and he promises Hermione that he won't try to change the past. After much insistence, Harry goes out into the dark forest by himself, leaving Hermione and Buckbeak in Hagrid's hut. Harry doesn't encounter the feral Lupin, and when he arrives to the other side of the lake, he, like his film counterpart, actively waits for the arrival of his dad, until he realizes what's really supposed to happen, and conjures the Patronus charm to the same success he does in the film. So yeah, in the book, the encounter with feral Lupin, nor Hermione being there with him doesn't happen. I thought that was interesting. If I had to guess, it was easier for Hermione to communicate with Harry on screen while all this happened, which is why the film continuity had her accompany Harry, so they could talk together on screen, versus the book which mostly had Harry think and realize what he must do. Aside from that, in both versions, the Patronus is a stag. I mentioned at the start of this series that my Patronus was a rat, and I couldn't be more insulted. Regardless, Harry in both versions catches Hermione up to speed on what just happened, that the Patronus charm was so powerful because he had already done it. In the book, it's around 45 minutes before Dumbledore arrives to the hospital wing. The book has them wait until they can be sure he's up in Flitwick's office. Side note, however, the film just has him locked up in a random tower, instead of Flitwick's office. But that aside, after the book pair witness McNair walking off, presumably to go get the Dementors, they both get on Buckbeak and fly to Sirius Black's location. In both versions, they find Black locked up, with Hermione busting open said lock, as Sirius joins them as they fly away. There is a book-exclusive moment where Sirius does question the logic of what's going on, but upon there being no time, the explanation will have to come later. Regardless, in both versions, they fly away to a safer location. In the book, Sirius quickly thanks the both of them before complimenting Harry on how he really is his father's son, before flying off into the distance. In the movie, however, we get a bit of an extended interaction, where they go elsewhere on the castle grounds, which isn't really wise because of the Dementors. So I will give it a point against that. Sirius does thank the both of them like he did in the book, before giving Harry a pep talk that he must hide for now, and reminding him that his parents still exist in his heart and whatnot, before they hug, yada yada, and he leaves. And that's the end of chapter 21. The book's version of events is actually pretty condensed and tightly paced. And as I stated, this is the one part of the movie that I like. It actually felt a lot like the book too, in terms of pacing and atmosphere, so that made it fun to watch. I suppose I should also mention before we continue that the time travel they just did is called the predestination paradox. The same kind of time travel the Terminator uses, where the time travel only affects the future you came from to begin with, in a self-fulfilling loop. It is impossible to change the future, as the trip to the past ensured the future you came from to begin with. Now, Terminator 2 onwards completely screwed over the self-fulfilling paradox, but the point is, this story, alongside the first Terminator movie, used this rule, that time travel cannot change the future or the past. To be fair, Hermione does imply that a wizard or witch can change time, since past or future selves will end up killing each other by accident through a misunderstanding. But that thing is never demonstrated, so we will never know in the mainstream series. I suppose in a similar vein, Kyle Reese only suggested that the future can be changed. And the whole "there is no fate but what we make for ourselves" quote, which plays into the whole theme of choosing our own path instead of letting the path be chosen for us. Regardless, this part of the book was very fresh, and a great way to make itself stand apart compared to the last two books, as I stated before. The time travel is used and isn't overly convoluted, since Rowling took a page out of the Terminator's book, and chose the predestination paradox to use as the set of rules. Although you can still feel that Harry could have chosen to change the past if Hermione didn't insist. There's still the idea that he could have chosen to barge in and kill Pettigrew if he wanted to disregard Hermione's warning. Obviously, since they work with similar, if not the same rules, I had to make a comparison between the two stories. So with that being said, let's move on to the final chapter, chapter 22, titled Our Post Again. So picking up where we left off, with 10 minutes to spare, Harry and Hermione rush back to the hospital wing before Dumbledore locks it. In the book, they manage to avoid Snape and Fudge, as Snape smirks about the fact that he'll be hailed as a hero for catching Sirius Black. And the duo also managed to bump into Peeves the Poltergeist. Remember him? Well, they avoid him as well, and wait for his voice to fade. And that's where they encounter Dumbledore, who just locked the door. Now in the movie, his reaction seems a bit more oblivious to the whole plan, which sort of confused me, contrary to the book in which he obviously just congratulates the two, and he unlocks the hospital wing for them to get inside. In the movie exclusively, Ron, who is awake in all this, asks how they moved two places at once, obviously confused, and Harry and Hermione joke about it. They both, in the book, however, get straight into bed before Madame Pomfrey comes, and they basically just accept the chocolate they're given. Soon afterwards, there's super loud yelling nearby, with Snape and Fudge now realizing that Sirius Black escaped. Fudge states that he must have disapparated out of the castle, but Snape reminds him that disapparation is not possible on castle grounds, and it must have something to do with Harry. Alongside Dumbledore, the pair, in particular Snape, bust in, and Snape points a finger at Harry, accusing him of setting Black free. Of course, everyone makes the reasonable conclusion that Snape has lost his mind, since Harry has been locked inside the hospital wing last they all checked, and the timing of events don't match up. Snape is furious, but he simply walks out. We also get the development that since the Dementors attacked Harry, again, they'll have to be shipped back to Azkaban. That means no more Dementors at Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione smile to themselves, as all is well with the world. Book Ron wakes up after all this, and likewise, Harry and Hermione don't say anything to him about their little time travel adventure. Anyways, after this, we get the wrap-up stage of the story. So the next day, exclusive to the book, the trio then go to visit Hagrid, who is expressing joy that Buckbeak managed to escape. Of course, Harry and Hermione don't spill the beans whatsoever, and just play along. Although there's bad news. Snape just leaked the fact that Lupin is a werewolf to the Slytherin students, and thereby the school. Yeah, so that's another reason to hate Snape, and still, the curse of the defense against the dark arts teacher is still fulfilled. First Quirrell, then Lockhart, now Lupin. And while Lupin was the best of the three, he still had to go. This is all set up for the scene where Harry goes to speak to Lupin, which is something the movie does show, and Lupin is of course walking out. In both versions, Lupin has resigned, explaining that they pretty much robbed Snape of the Order of Merlin, among other reasons, so Snape leaked that he was a werewolf. And besides, the day after, the parents are going to find out a werewolf has been teaching their kids all year. So it's best if he goes now. He does congratulate Harry on how much he has learned this year, and Book Harry does tell Lupin about the Patronus he conjured. Lupin also hands back the invisibility cloak, in the book continuity at least, and gives him back the Marauder's map in both versions too, stating how since he's no longer his teacher, he doesn't have to feel any guilt about giving it back to him. Exclusive to the book as well, is there being an interaction between the pair and Dumbledore, who tells him about his carriage waiting for him, and so Lupin wishes Harry goodbye. Well, actually, he does say goodbye in the film as well, but without Dumbledore being there. Now, since the movie didn't have time for it, We get the end of book pep talk between Dumbledore and Harry. You see, in the movie, when Harry talks to Lupin, Lupin is the one who tells him that despite Sirius Black's record being against him, he did make a difference. The fact that he found out the truth for himself. Yeah, well, in the original source material, it was Dumbledore who stated this to Harry. And it's more effective here because Dumbledore is the mentor. They were giving the dialogue to a different character, and it would have been more effective if the movie didn't change that. Still, I guess it's better that the second choice was Lupin, but it's still not as effective. Moving on, Dumbledore reminds Harry that he saved an innocent man from a fate worse than death. This is where the book Harry recalls Trelawney's prediction and discusses it with Dumbledore, recounting what she said. Harry then starts to blame himself for failing to stop Pettigrew, as the prediction clearly stated that master and student would be reunited that night. But Dumbledore states that Harry was facing a tough dilemma, and he can't predict the future. And besides, whether Pettigrew would want to admit it or not, he owes Harry for saving his life. And who knows if that debt he now owes Harry will come back later, in the future. He also states that having known his father, he would have spared Pettigrew as well in Harry's position. Harry then speaks to Dumbledore about how he thought he saw his dead before conjuring that strong Patronus charm. Dumbledore responds by stating that it was an easy mistake to make, given their mutual resemblance. I should mention here that Sirius Black's last words in the movie originally came from Dumbledore in the book. I will say, however, that Sirius Black saying this in the movie fits more than the specific dialogue they gave to Lupin from the book. So yeah, we get that whole speech about how his parents are alive in him, through his heart and whatnot, and he found his father inside himself, especially through the Patronus charm, since by this rate, it's been explained that James Potter, aka Prongs, always transformed into a stag specifically. Now, when it comes to how the movie ends, after the chat with Lupin, Harry goes to the Great Hall with all the Gryffindors all greeting him. Omitted from most of the movie is the firebolt, gifted to him by Sirius Black. Although, like the book, its sender is publicly unknown. But in the film continuity, Harry knows exactly who it's from straight away. Harry alongside the Gryffindors then go out to the grounds to see him test the firebolt firsthand. To which Harry zips so fast in the air before we get a freeze frame as the movie closes. Do you feel cold? And that's the film version of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. That's where they decided to end it. You should know by now that the book has a tad more to show us, so let's discuss it. The book describes how almost every student has their own theory on how Sirius Black escaped again. Malfoy in particular was furious about Buckbeak's escape, and was convinced Hagrid found some way to free him. Percy starts telling his girlfriend about his plan to enforce more laws if he manages to make it into the Ministry. However, despite things looking up, Harry isn't thrilled to see Professor Lupin go, and the feeling is likewise amongst many of the students. He also obsessed over what Peter Pettigrew did upon his own escape. But worst of all, there's the Dursleys, and having to spend the whole summer with them again, and resenting how he can't stay with Sirius. Although on the upside, Sirius successfully escaped and is now in hiding. On the subject of exams, the trio passed every subject, even potions. Although Harry suspects that Dumbledore played a hand in that, and Harry did notice that Snape hated him even more past that point. Aside from describing how Percy, Fred, and George passed, Gryffindor Tower was happy to have won the House Cup for the 3rd year in a row. So Gryffindor gets to bask in all that glory again, much to the dismay of those like Malfoy and Dave Filoni. Then on the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross, Hermione states that she's dropping Muggle studies because doing all those subjects were overly demanding and drove her nuts. That means taking back the Time Turner. Ron then speaks to Harry about going to watch the Quidditch Cup over the summer to spend time away from the Dursleys, which is basically set up for the next book. Then a tiny owl has a letter for Harry on the way back to King's Cross Station. Harry reads the letter. It's from Sirius Black, in which Harry reads how he is successfully hidden away in an unknown location, although he obviously won't tell Harry where. He explains that he forgot to mention that he was the one who sent the firebolt, and to consider it as a birthday present worth 13 years from his godfather. He also finds out that Sirius Black, as his godfather, has given him permission to go to Hogsmeade, something which Dumbledore will no doubt approve of. So next year he'll actually be able to go. Now moving forward, the movies didn't really explain all this, and why Harry was allowed to go to Hogsmeade. You kind of just had to make the inference on your own. Although I don't think it was obvious enough. So that's a point against the movie. Regardless, Sirius also has a gift for Ron, the small owl that delivered the letter in the first place, as Sirius is ironically sorry that Ron's no longer got a rat, even if it wasn't really a rat. So anyways, going back to King's Cross through platforms 9 3/4, he spots his Uncle Vernon eyeing Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Upon approaching him, and experiencing Vernon's rude as usual way of saying hello, the first thing Harry tells Vernon is that his godfather is Sirius Black, the convicted murderer on the Muggle news, something which terrifies Vernon. And now that's become the new line of defense against the Dursleys, after the old one that was hiding the fact that he couldn't use magic outside school, and that's the note we end on. And that is the entirety of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Now, I would give the book an 8.7, honestly, but the movie would be a 5. I didn't enjoy the film much. The climax and ending was pretty good, but the rest of it was a mess. The choice to reduce the runtime might have made it a more condensed movie, but the drawback is that they were missing out on a ton of source material to elaborate on. I'm not actually upset with how they rearranged events and whatnot, but they sure as hell didn't include enough content from the book. I also have to say firsthand that this is probably my least favorite Harry Potter movie. From what I hear, the movie was met with critical acclaim, and here I am ripping on it. But you know I'm one for brutal honesty, so that's my 2 cents on it anyways. I also didn't like the change of directing style, as it was vastly different to what I was now used to. And it is a shame that they're not following the books as closely. For the last time, an extra 20 minutes could have done wonders. The Dursleys, for example, weren't in the film enough, and only make a short appearance to give Harry an excuse to leave, but I've already discussed that. Point is, the film wasn't very good, and unfortunately, they don't really reach the enjoyability I had with the first 2 films as both films and adaptations. They might argue that being looser adaptations meant more flexibility, but it didn't work for me anyways. I kinda just preferred when they stuck to the books very closely and only deviating when necessary. This is probably bias, but I suppose I didn't like the book as much, because the film which I watched first gave such a bad introduction. I was able to enjoy the book way more, but it's not as exciting when you imagine the third film's visuals compared to the first 2, which was very impressionable. I'm also sorry that I didn't have much to say about myself. I was mostly hiding at Ravenclaw Tower and only left when necessary, so forgive me, but still, I don't know what all the fuss was about. Rian Johnson didn't show up, so I don't think I have anything to worry about. Oh fuck.
A few minutes later.
Man, Rian Johnson was quite the UFC fighter, wasn't he? I think I'm done talking about Harry Potter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get all this blood looked at. I'm JJ Plagiarisms, and until next time, what are spells but mystery potions?
Under the mountain.